Good afternoon. The sitting is open. I remind members that in order to be registered for the sitting, you should insert your badge when you take the seat and keep it inserted for at least 30 seconds. You should also insert your badge in order to speak or vote. To request the floor, please press the request button just once. And I also remind the Assembly that members who have not submitted an annual declaration of interest are required to start any intervention with an oral declaration of interest under paragraph 20 of the Code of Conduct for members of the Parliamentary Assembly. Before we start with the ordinary order, I give the word to Katia Polidori. You need to insert your...
Yes, yes.
Now it works.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Point of order. Parlo in italiano. Mi scuso molto, ma vorrei segnalare che ho sbagliato 2 votazioni nella seduta di stamattina. Ho votato contro sulla risoluzione 16.372, Promoting the Istanbul Convention, e sulla risoluzione 16.370, Paving the Way for a Culture of Consent, e invece avrei voluto votare a favore. Prego la Presidenza di tenerne conto. Grazie.
Katja, thank you very much for your point of order. The voting record cannot be changed, but I take note of your point of order, and you have succeeded in putting your point of order to the official record now. Thank you very much for that. Then now the first item in this afternoon is the presentation of Mr. Michael O'Flaherty, the Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights, on his annual activity report 2025, ComHR 2026-31. After his address, Mr. O'Flaherty will take questions from the floor. So I welcome you very much, Michael. Please. You have the floor, and we are happy to listen to you, what you have to tell us about your report.
Madam President, thank you very much. Honourable members of the Assembly, it's a great pleasure to be back with you in this capacity to present you with my annual report. The document has been tabled for your attention, and under those circumstances, I will just headline a small number of issues by way of my introduction. I constructed my work last year, and indeed this year, around my 4 stated priority areas. These have been the same since I took up the position, and they will continue to be the 4 primary clusters around which I do all of my work. The first of these is standing up for the human rights of the people of Ukraine. This is and will remain my top priority. The focus of my attention in delivering on this priority in 2025 was a focus on embedding attention to humans and to their human rights within the various paths to peace. I felt early last year that we were talking about property and land and minerals and transactions, but not enough about people, and it was important to correct that. In mid-last year, I delivered a memorandum to the government of Ukraine laying out 10 areas to which attention should be paid in order to put humans in the heart of all discussions towards peace. And I'm glad that I received the support of the government of Ukraine and indeed of many other member states in this regard. I brought my work on this matter to an expert meeting on human rights and peace, which I convened in Warsaw late last year. And I am continuing with colleagues from other organisations to find ways to promote the issues. Myself, going forward into 2026, I will focus in particular within the 10 subject areas on the matter of displaced people, both those internally displaced in Ukraine and those who are having refugee status in neighbouring states. I will also, of course, never forget the human rights of the people, the plight of the people in the lands temporarily occupied by the Russian Federation. The second of my 4 priorities has to do with seeking with others, obviously, to embed visibility of the human and respect for human rights at the heart of the great issues that confront our societies. I have focused on 4 in the past year, and they're all obviously enormous. The first is, in general, migration. Migratory flows, migratory policy, and seeking to ensure that the human well-being, human dignity, delivered through human rights, again, is to the forefront. The main focus of my attention in that regard has been through drawing attention to the human rights risks associated with the multiple forms of the externalization of migratory activity, or the management of migratory activity, seeking to get third states to undertake responsibilities on the part of a receiving state. The second of the enormous areas that I've been engaging in the last year in this context is the taming of artificial intelligence. My particular focus has been and continues to be on a human-centred oversight of AI. And this is all the more urgent and compelling in a context of a tendency towards deregulation, which is getting far too much attention in inappropriate ways. We need to tame this technology to deliver on its extraordinary potential for good, but left uncontrolled and in the hands of five entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley is very worrying indeed. The third of the 4 subject areas of embedding human rights in the great issues of the day has to do with human rights and the triple planetary crisis, and in particular the degradation of the environment. And here I have chosen to deliver my own engagement with this vital issue through promotion of the relevant judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, and ensuring that these judgments, such as the so-called Swiss case, are not seen as speaking exclusively to one member state, but have very important systemic messages right across the Council of Europe. And then the fourth and the final of the great issues within which we have to embed respect for the human and dignity and therefore human rights is in tackling the growing inequality in our societies. The issues are so vast that I have decided to narrow in on one specific subcomponent, and that is the subcomponent of child poverty, the eradication of child poverty in our member states, a topic which has received my attention on a number of country visits and which will result in a report of mine with all the appropriate recommendations coming up in the next year, or if not towards the end of this year. The third of my 4 priority areas is quite different to that of putting human rights at the heart of the great issues. It is making sure attention is paid to that we do not overlook the forgotten people in our societies, the people most pushed to the margins. And as you've heard me say before, I think working for the most forgotten people in our societies is very specifically a task for the Commissioner. And for me, there was no choice at the outset of my mandate. And so for the past 2 years, my focus in terms of delivering on this dimension is standing up for the human rights of Roma and travellers. 12 million people across our member states suffering an astonishing degree and array of human rights deprivation, violation, targeted by hate. You're all very familiar with the appalling situation. What have I done? I've conducted 5 country visits to look at the issue of standing up for the human rights of Roma. I have published a book called The Unheard 12 Million. It's a different kind of a document from people like me. It's not a report. It's not written in the third person. It's full of stories. The stories I was told by Roma and traveller people as I journeyed across Europe. And it's retelling to you and to readers what they told me in the hope that we will wake up to their situation. It's accompanied again in the hope that this will alert us. It's accompanied by powerful photography. Everywhere I went, I had professional photographers with me, and we will make sure that copies of the Unheard 12 Million are available here so that interested members of this assembly can take a copy home. Of course, the Roma is not the only subject of my attention in the context of standing up for the forgotten people. Another preoccupation of mine in terms of people most at the edges, most easily overlooked, is the people in occupied territories. I've mentioned the people in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, and I refer you to a recent United Nations report that spells out in horrific detail the atrocities to which these people are subject every single day. We must never allow them to be forgotten. But there are other occupied territories, I have just most recently, in the last few days, I visited the occupation line in order to look at the situation and better understand South Ossetia, as well, of course, as Abkhazia, two other occupied territories on Council of Europe geography, the people of which must never be forgotten. And going forward, the next major attention of mine in terms of forgotten people will be very specifically older people in institutional care across our member states. They again are deserving of our particular attention and focus, and I hope to bring some value there. The fourth and final area of my thematic preoccupation in this mandate is standing up for supporting the human rights of, the safety of, the lives of human rights defenders. The scale and the breadth of attack on human rights defenders in particular, and civil society in general, is quite startling, and it's to be found in multiple countries. It has turned out, in reality, to be a major part of my work, a part that involves me engaging with states practically every single day for one problem or another. There's been one other issue, honourable members of this Assembly. It's not in my list of priorities, but it forced itself to the forefront of my attention. It required that I paid close attention, and that is the defence of the convention system. A matter I know that you are looking at very closely, and I very much welcome the statement that you issued on this matter yesterday. Now, the process is well underway in preparation of the Chisinau Declaration. My views are well known. I've made them repeatedly in various appropriate fora. I recognise that negotiation of a text is almost complete, and all I would ask now is that Member States and all of us would be incredibly alert in the last stages towards Chisinau and in the subsequent phases to be very alert to four concerns. Very briefly, I'll just give them to you in headline. First, we must affirm and reaffirm and repeatedly stand for the independence of the European Court of Human Rights and other courts that adjudicate human rights. Secondly, we must be no less assiduous in standing up for the universality of human rights. Everybody, regardless of who they are, be they migrant or be they millionaire, I don't care. By virtue of humanity, each of them has their human rights. That's universality. We must hold dear to this fundamental principle of the system. Third, we must be very careful not to instrumentalise the European Convention on Human Rights for purposes that have nothing to do with the European Convention. We do damage to the Convention and we do not solve the problem we're purporting to solve. And fourth and finally, I'll simply say, beware of unintended consequences of what we do today. Things that I freely admit nobody is planning, but which nevertheless may come about through carelessness. I'd like to take a moment now, if I may, to say a word on how I make choices in the work I do. I've been asked by a number of you in recent times why I do this, why I do that. And I think it's appropriate and respectful for me to lay out to you some indicators. The first indicator is that I have a vast mandate. I am mandated, and I'm not complaining about the mandate, to engage on supporting the delivery of every human right in every member state. In its wisdom, the Council of Europe has given me extremely modest resources to deliver on this mandate. My staff is excellent, but it is tiny. And that means that I must constantly make enormously consequential choices. I cannot do all the things that need to be done, all the things I want to do. I must choose, well aware that for every choice to do something, I'm choosing not to do something else. So therefore, certain principles have to be very much at play as I make my choices. To give you a sense of them, here are the core elements of those principles, beyond legality and mandate, obviously. The first is cooperation. The second is complementarity. The third is identifying my own unique added value in any engagement. And the fourth is remembering and drawing the consequences from the fact that I work within a community of human rights actors. And who are that community? Well, to take one example, very important members are national human rights institutions. And increasingly, where there is a strong national human rights institution, I take a back seat. And I instead work with or help enable and empower the NHRI to do the job. This, by the way, is an incarnation of the principle of subsidiarity. Second, civil society and NGOs. They're not just there to be protected. They're on the front line of standing up for human rights. And sometimes, frankly, they'll do it better than me. The third, we have the international and the regional organizations, the United Nations, the OSCE, the other entities that are also playing a role with regard to which and whom I should be complimentary. And finally, there's the family of the Council of Europe itself. There's you, the Parliamentary Assembly. There's the treaty oversight bodies, the Venice Commission, and others. And sometimes you will do it better than me, I will do it better than you. Venice Commission, let's say, will do it better than all of us. And I hope this helps you to understand the very difficult context and the criteria within which, and the criteria according to which I make my choices. Now, to conclude my opening remarks, which have been rather lengthy, and I apologise, I consider, and as you will see from the foreword to the annual report, that I consider that this is a very fragile moment for the honouring of human dignity within our societies. We see more wars than we have in decades, scales of abuse that are astonishingly dark and grim. We see a weakening of legal commitment in many places to human rights. We see a weakening of multilateral systems more generally. We see, as I mentioned, assaults on civil society and on the rule of law itself. And all of this in the context of a broader world crisis. It's sometimes called the polycrisis. And increasingly, within this context of crisis, we are talking not of a changing era, but a change of era. We are leaving an era, we're passing into a new one, and we don't know yet what that new one will look like, and we don't know if we will successfully carry our corpus of international law, of international institutions, and of human rights law into that new era. It's not automatic that it will survive. We have to be extraordinarily vigilant. And I want to assure you, by way of wrapping up this introduction, that I look forward to continuing to work very closely with you as we together figure out the ways to make sure that this great achievement, sometimes called modernity's great achievement, human rights, is carried safely into whatever new era we are entering into. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Flaherty, for this address. I absolutely agree that I think first and foremost it's important to protect our convention system at the core of all, but also allow me to single out only one other issue. I think to mention the Klimasenioren-Urteil decision of the Court of Human Rights is really something that is guiding for us, because to protect our environment and to work on the human right to live in a healthy, sustainable and safe environment is really key to all of us to live in this continent, but also on this planet. So without further ado, I now will give the floor to these colleagues, first on behalf of the groups and later in groups of 3 that will pose questions to you. I want to remind you that your questions must be limited to 30 seconds and no more. Colleagues should be asking one question and not making speeches. And I first call Max Lux on behalf of SOC.
Thank you, dear Commissioner, for your great work that we highly appreciate as a group. I want to speak about a statement that you made in front of the European Court of Human Rights in February 2026 about the case of Osman Kavala. What do you think about the fact that the European Court of Human Rights is so clear about the case of Osman Kavala, is so clear about the case of Selahattin Demirtas, but European governments don't take this judgment for granted and don't pressure Turkey to fulfill its obligation? What do you think about that?
Michael, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lux. I agree with you regarding the seriousness of the matter. I have met with Mr. Kavala in prison. I've been impressed by the man and his integrity. The judgments are so clear. This is a unique instance, or one of the very few times when there's a double judgment of the European Court of Human Rights. It couldn't be more clear. And so therefore it is incumbent, it is duty-bound on all of our member states to work together for the execution of the judgment. And to the extent that that duty is inadequately being honoured, then we need to challenge our member states to do a much better job. My focus, however, is on a more direct engagement with the government of Turkey. I continue to raise the issue of Mr. Kavala. I continue to raise the issue of the implementation of the judgment. And I locate the Kavala case in the broader context of the extreme pressures on civil society, the outlawing of civil society organisations, the policing of protest, the pressures on the courts, and another number of other dimensions. These are extensively laid out in the third-party intervention I made at the court just a few weeks ago in the current Kavala case.
Thank you. We now listen to Adnan Bodnar on behalf of EPP.
Dear Mr. Commissioner, just two questions. First, the recent report by the OSCE Moscow mechanism on Georgia calls for immediate and unconditional release of all prisoners held for political reasons, as well as for release of journalists and other participants of public debate. So my question is, do you intend to take any additional steps to support their release? And second, did you try to meet some of them during your recent visit in Georgia?
Mr. Commissioner, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bodnar. I take the situation of human rights in Georgia very seriously indeed. It is one of the few countries that I've visited already twice since I took up this mandate. And as some members of the Assembly may be aware, I've just come back. I was there last week. I was looking last week at issues of the investigation of the police brutality that occurred around the 2024 protests, the end of 2024, early 2025, around the increased pressure on civil society and on the human rights of the people in Abkhazia and South Ossetia. I have issued a statement yesterday in which I have engaged on these issues. I will issue a much more detailed statement in coming weeks. And I want to assure you, I will continue. Oh, sorry, you asked a question about did I meet with people? Yes, of course. I met widely with civil society and with journalists during my visit. And of course, I meet outside my visit as well, as I do with politicians here in Strasbourg in particular. I will continue to focus across the range of issues, including with regard to the release of those who should not be in jail. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Armen Gevorgian on behalf of ECPA.
Thank you. Dear High Commissioner, your recent visit to Armenia raised questions about how you shape your agenda in member states. In my country, many were puzzled that key issues such as politically motivated persecutions of opposition members, illegal actions against the Armenian Apostolic Church, concerns over judicial independence and broader democratic challenges were not of your high priority. Do you not consider that overlooking these issues in a specifically electoral period of the member state may undermine the credibility of this organization? Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you very much, and thank you, sir. One of my top priorities and reasons to go to Armenia at this juncture was my concerns for the well-being of the people of Karabakh, those who have been displaced and those who are still there. There's not many, as you know, but those who are still there as well. And I told you, I mentioned at the outset that a focus of my work, one of the top priorities of mine, is to stand up for the most forgotten people. And I find that people who are displaced, regardless of the territorial significance, people who are displaced can so easily be overlooked over time. And I wanted to make sure to insist on their human rights, including the right of those who so wish to have the possibility to return home when they choose to go home. So that is not a trivial matter. I consider it a very important matter, a very good fit for me within my mandate. I did not explore particular issues of politicians and the other issues you dealt with because I had to make choices. And I applied the criteria that I outlined earlier. And I think that when it comes to issues of human rights of politicians and things of that nature, I look to you for the lead. I will not abandon my responsibilities. I will do my job, but I will look with high interest and attention to the lead taken on such issues by this body. On the matter of the churches, I'm looking at that very carefully. It's highly complex and it doesn't lend itself to some easy or quick engagement by me. I also looked extensively at the issue of equality in your country, because 50% of our population is women. 50% of the population of your country is women. It is essential that we achieve equality. And I saw a possibility to nudge the authorities in that direction, including, by the way, towards ratification of the Istanbul Convention. And so I think promoting equality, combating non-discrimination in any society of the Council of Europe is now and always will be a priority. So I'm comfortable with the choices I made, but I assure you I'm not neglecting any aspect of the human rights of your country.
Thank you. Next is Lesia Vasilenko on behalf of ALDE.
Thank you, dear High Commissioner. The fate of thousands of Ukrainians, such as Oleg Plachkovy, Serhiy Tsikhipa, Oleg Shevandin, remains unknown. They are kept in Russian captivity in torture centers. Similarly, the fate of Elena Koshtaria, who is a Georgian opposition leader, also remains unknown, as she is subjected to degrading treatment in detention. Both cases are examples of how illegal imprisonment is used to silence dissent. These cases are on the rise. What measures have you taken to ensure the unconditional release of all those illegally detained, and what is your engagement, if any, with the ICRC on these matters?
Okay.
Commissioner?
Thank you. First, I want to agree with you about the barbarity of these practices. The conditions in which people are held, whether it be in the temporarily occupied territories or abducted to Russia, the Russian Federation itself, is entirely unacceptable. And I condemn now, I have and I will continue to deplore the practices and to demand that these people are returned home in a quick, safe and dignified manner. So you have my assurance there. That said, I have no magic solution in terms of gaining their release. Like the rest of the world, I invest in the condemnation and in the drawing into the public domain of the details of what's happening to them and the need to keep them on top of the priorities. You didn't mention the issue of children, but that's another dimension, of course, of the outrage. And we have to keep them as well at the top of the policy agenda, because we will only ever figure out together a way to fix this if it is at the top of our leaders' preoccupation. The second dimension is, of course, no less important, which is that I join in full and unhesitating support for all of our accountability work. We must hold the perpetrators accountable. I fully support the prosecution of the crime of aggression. And when the right moments come, in the right context, I will deliver that support in meaningful and tangible ways. More generally, as you have seen, and as you heard from me a moment ago, I am working hard with others to ensure that human beings, human faces, human stories, human dignity will be embedded at the heart of every initiative towards peace and the end of the aggression. Thank you.
Thank you. And now on behalf of Emmanuel Fernandez.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Monsieur le Commissaire, merci pour la clarté de vos propos. Vous défendez fermement l'universalité des droits humains et mettez en garde contre l'érosion des protections vis-à-vis des personnes migrantes. Or, le secrétaire général Alain Berset a quitté notre session cette semaine pour se rendre à Londres pour discuter d'une adaptation du système des droits humains aux défis migratoires, ce qui signifierait une dégradation des normes protectrices pour les personnes étrangères. Des experts juridiques parlent déjà de régression sans précédent. Alors, face aux paranoïas xénophobes, comment comptez-vous peser sur le sommet de Chisinau pour qu'il ne marque pas le début du démantèlement de notre convention? Je vous remercie.
Michael, please.
Thank you very much. For me, it's very easy. We don't shape human rights law to adapt to our policy goals. We adapt our policy goals to conform with human rights law. This is the principle. This is the core principle against which I will test every action of every entity, every institution and every member state. I've already spoken about Chisinau. I don't want to reopen debates and discussion around text that's now largely complete. I don't think that's particularly valuable. But I welcome that what was a sort of a wild debate with statements appearing out of nowhere, letters emerging out of the ether. It's good that that discussion was brought into a structured Council of Europe space. And I have sought to work with or encourage the drafters as language is developed towards a declaration. It's not over yet. We will only have a declaration when something is adopted by the member states in Chisinau. And what I want to make sure happens is that it doesn't feed into or is not allowed to feed into a narrative such as the one that you fear. And it could. A narrative somehow that treating migrants with full respect for their human rights will undermine the safety of our borders, the safety of our countries. I find that unacceptable. I find repeatedly that I don't see the evidence base for a lot of the claims about the things migration is doing to our societies. We're a generous people with a vast capacity. And we're not rising to the responsibility of both of those dimensions of who we are. And so I will continue to be very vigilant in this context. But other than opening a very complex debate that's already been ongoing for a number of months, I think that would be it in terms of headline approaches. You can count on my sustained commitment on this issue.
Thank you. I will now group all the three questions in one. I remind you 30 seconds, one question, no input. So the first on my list is Sandra Sampa from Italy.
Grazie. Nel contesto del nuovo patto europeo su asilo e migrazione, le chiedo, signor Commissario, in che modo sarà possibile garantire alle frontiere europee il rispetto dei diritti umani, della Convenzione europea, dei principi costituzionali degli Stati membri, alla luce del nuovo regolamento europeo su rimpatri e delle altre procedure previste e in particolare rispetto ai minori stranieri non accompagnati e alle categorie più vulnerabili.
Thank you very much. Now we come to Yevgenia Kravchuk from Ukraine.
Thank you. Commissioner, I would like to ask you if you are aware of the fate of people of Enerhodar, its occupied city in Zaporizhia region. A lot of people there worked at Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe, which is now occupied by Russian occupiers. At least 37 people are illegally detained. I can pass you this list. And there are at least 2,500 people who are blocked in Enerhodar by the Russian checkpoints. Are you also involved with International Atomic Energy Agency on this matter? Thank you.
Thank you. And the third one is Bisera Kostadovskaya-Strochayevska from North Macedonia. Bisera.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. O'Flaherty, are you aware that Mr. Tony Menkinovsky, who is the lawyer of the organizations that fight for almost 20 years to be registered in the Republic of Bulgaria, has been negated entry into the Republic of Bulgaria for 10 years because he is the lawyer who is working on protecting their own rights? Thank you.
And the Commissioner, you have the floor now to respond to the three questions.
Thank you. First to Signora Zampa. The Migration Pact in and of itself contains some merit in the sense that it finally, after years of a chaotic, multi-headed policy across Europe, has put some order on things, which makes it easier for us to engage also in terms of respect for human rights. It also finally makes visible some inadequate, but some sense of solidarity. You can show your solidarity with money, which I find problematic, but at least it's something. It's a beginning. And I think of your country, and I think of Greece, and I think of other frontline countries who have been left so much alone and have been so heavily criticised in a context where they didn't receive the meaningful help that they needed. Another benefit of the Migration Pact is the requirement to put in place independent human rights monitoring on the borders. We now have to be extremely vigilant to see that this is done. And the obvious way to do it, I've been saying, is to engage the responsibility and give the resources to the National Human Rights Institution. But that said, there's a lot that's very worrying about the current situation. Staying with the Migration Pact, because of its requirement to do quick processing at the borders, it will put a heavy pressure on our border authorities, which could lead to mistakes, to an inadequate individualised consideration, for example, of asylum claims. There's the possibility of locking up children, which, as you know, is entirely unacceptable. I mean, how many authorities have to say this? The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, UNICEF. The list goes on. We don't lock up children. We shouldn't lock up children. Then there's the Returns Directive and more generally the issue of a number of recent initiatives such as the identification of the category of safe countries. It's fine to have origin countries, it's fine to have transit countries, but this concept of the safe country is replete with risk in terms of the well-being of the person who ends up in the safe country, which could be thousands of miles away from their home. And very closely related to this then is the concerns about return hubs, their operation, and more generally, as I've covered very widely in that recent report of mine, the so-called externalisation, which I think could very easily become not just a shared responsibility, but a transfer of responsibility from my state to a third state. The specific, turning to Ms. Kravchuk, the specific detentions you mentioned, no, I've not been following it, but I don't have close detail on it. And so if you could share that with my office, I would appreciate that very deeply indeed. Albeit, as I said earlier, my ability to engage with the situation in the temporarily occupied territories is so very much limited. I want to say, with apologies to Ms. Kravchuk, I forgot to answer a dimension of the earlier question about the ICRC. And allow me to just say a word that I met recently with the president of the ICRC with a view to strengthening our own engagement around the necessary actions to be taken, not least given the special access that the ICRC can have in a way that many of us do not in a hugely sensitive context. On the International Atomic Agency, no, I've not had direct engagement there. But if that's something that would be of particular worth for the job I do, I'd certainly be open to it. And then thank you for the question from North Macedonia regarding from Bulgaria, excuse me, regarding this lawyer. I'm aware of the case. It is certainly something I have to look at very carefully when, as I understand, a lawyer has been blocked of access to a country for a number of years in a context where the lawyer is seeking to represent people in that country. I will look at the matter, and I'm looking forward to having appropriate meetings to gain a deeper understanding of what's at issue here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next on my list is now Mr. Koloman Brenner from Hungary.
Dankeschön, Frau Präsidentin. Das Recht zur eigenen Muttersprache und Kultur und zur Weitergabe derselben gehört ebenfalls zu den wichtigsten Menschenrechten. Meine Frage an Sie, Herr Kommissar, und ich greife gerne Ihre Aufforderung auf, wäre, inwiefern Sie auch die nationalen Minderheiten und die klassischen autochthonen Völker dann in ihrer weiteren Arbeit berücksichtigen können und ihre Rechte zur Bildung und Weitergabe ihrer eigenen Muttersprache und Kultur. Dankeschön.
Thank you. We now listen to Patricia Stevenson from Ireland.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is it working now? Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. You're obviously 2 years now into your mandate, and in that time we've seen a very sharp deterioration in the protection of rights in a variety of ways. The violations that we've seen in Ukraine, intolerance towards migrants, effective funding reductions at the Council of Europe, poor rates of execution of judgments, and this talk of sort of rupture of international law, as if we're pulling away from international law instead of leaning into it. And I suppose my question for you is, what more can the institutions do to address those serious structural and cultural declines that we're seeing across the environment of human rights protections?
Thank you. And Oleksiy Goncharenko from Ukraine.
Commissioner, Russian war of aggression against Ukraine caused the worst violation of human rights on the continent after the Second World War. And I understand that your capacity and possibilities to help people on the occupied territory is limited, but I ask you to do the best you can do. But also, unfortunately, we have internal problems on controlled territories. And one of these problems is a violent and brutal mobilization organized by mobilization teams, so-called TCK. And I want to ask you to pay close attention to this. I want to ask you to come to Ukraine, to pay attention, to help people to defend their rights. Maybe establish permanent mission to do more to help people to defend their rights in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First, thank you to Mr. Brenner. I just want to assure you, Mr. Brenner, that I will stand up for the human rights of everybody, including national minorities. You have my word on that. I will stand up for their human rights on the basis of the international instruments. I will do it, of course, in close cooperation and in full recognition of the important role that the Framework Convention and its monitoring system plays with regard to national minorities. But in that context, I will. I must say, if you come from Western Europe, as I do, and in my case from the very furthest west of Europe, there may not be as much of an understanding instinctively of national minorities and of the significance and the human rights dimensions as there should be. But it may have come late to me, but I do get it, and I give you that assurance. Turning to Ms. Stevenson, and thank you, what can we do? The question is so big, I could spend my whole life answering it. But for me at least, what are the key elements of how we push back against the decline that I agree with you is of such a scale, and indeed I would largely describe it just as you did. The first thing is we must continue to insist that law is law. Law is not favours, law is not optional, law is binding. And we must use the full vigour of the binding quality of law to back our claims. That in turn means we should frame our claims based on law. And be careful to make that distinction between moral goods and legal requirements. Secondly, we have to recognise that the international human rights system as we have it is the only universally agreed roadmap to honour human dignity. I'll say that again. It is the only universally agreed roadmap to honour human dignity, universally agreed through the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. There is no other code of practice on earth that at least nominally has the agreement of every member state of the United Nations and beyond. And this is this means there's no plan B. If we discard human rights, or we diminish it, or we damage it, we have no alternative that is capable of delivering for human dignity. And then another dimension of the work is we all have to do a better job of telling the story of how so much of what we take for granted is because of human rights protections. So much of the normality of the everyday life of so many of us in this room is because of the people who went to the European Court of Human Rights and demanded vindication for a human right. My country, Ireland, there's so much of the modern Ireland is constructed around judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, and yet not many people know that. And so that's just one country specific, but you could roll that right across the member states to great effect. And so we need to tell new stories, and we need to engage the energy of young people who are furious with us. We've let them down so badly. And I see some young people upstairs there, and I don't know if they'd agree or disagree with me, but we have let them down so badly. And they see a vision of a better world. And with them, we can engage that roadmap of human rights towards a better future if we don't just tokenistically listen, but we actively partner up for a better world. That's the very short answer to a huge question. Turning to Mr. Gonichenko, thank you for the question on conscription. As I think you may know, I have been following it. I published an entire section of the memorandum I delivered to the government of Ukraine on exactly this topic just last July. It's to be quite precise, it's chapter 6 of the memorandum, which looks at, let's call them domestic issues of human rights, with a primary focus on conscription. And I called there for an independent monitoring of the conscription practices. Sorry, well, first I drew attention to the abuses, and indeed the parliamentary ombudsman has gone into great detail around the abuses. And so I drew from that and I echoed his findings into a bigger context. Then I called for independent monitoring, and of course I called for all appropriate support to the relatively recently appointed ombudsperson for the military. So I will continue to follow the issue. I will come back to your country sooner rather than later. I don't think I'll be establishing a field presence. I don't have one anywhere. I barely have a presence in Strasbourg, never mind in the field. So that would be well beyond my capacity. But you can have my assurance that I will watch this issue very closely indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next three speakers is first Lisa Selnes from Norway.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the report and for your good work. The war in Ukraine creates human rights challenges. I commend Ukraine on having ratified the Istanbul Convention in 2022 after the full-scale invasion. I'm concerned about the situation for war veterans and their families. Post-traumatic stress after being on the front line can result in unsafe home environments for wives, partners and children. How can the Council of Europe, with the Istanbul Convention as a tool, address this problem? And how can we ensure better mental health for veterans and safety for their families?
Thank you. And Belén Hoyo from Spain. Is Belén not here? Then we proceed to Larisa Bilosier from Ukraine.
Mr. O'Flaherty, in the context of so-called peace negotiations, Ukraine is being asked to concede certain territories. But let us not forget that these territories are home for our people. Commissioner, what should be the human rights red lines in any discussion about peace for Ukraine? And how can Europe ensure that the rights of people in the temporarily occupied territories are not pushed aside in diplomatic effort? Thank you.
Thank you. And now Ronan Mullen from Ireland.
Dear Commissioner, would you agree? Sorry. Would you agree that in the light of the jurisprudence in Article 2 of the Convention on Human Rights, the right to life, and in light of the constitutional amendment to the Irish Constitution of 2018, it is entirely open to the Irish legislature to pass a law providing extra protection to the unborn child against abortion? Because by virtue of their humanity, surely the abortion of millions of unborn children, those unheard millions, those most forgotten people, to use some of your words, must have a claim on our attention if the cause of human rights is to remain authentic and coherent.
Mr. Commissioner, please.
Thank you. First to Ms. Selnes, and thank you for your question. And I think it's really important to never forget the sequelae of conflict, including in terms of the damage done to veterans, the scale and extent of post-traumatic stress disorder, and the extent to which these problems persist for a lifetime if they're not properly engaged. So that's why, in my memorandum that I've referred to already, I draw particular attention, or actually more particularly in the outcome of the gathering I convened in Warsaw in November, I drew particular attention to the situation of veterans as a community that require particular focused and dedicated attention. I can assure you that I will continue to advocate for that in the Council of Europe, but also more broadly. It's a very important issue, and I appreciate that you raised it. I thank you. It also raises multiple other issues, Ms. Selnes, such as family reunification, and what does a meaningful, respectful family reunification mean when the reunification will take place outside Ukraine, where the supports may not automatically be in place to support a veteran who is the beneficiary of such reunification. So it's even a dimension of the bigger question of the movement of refugees and displaced people following the conflict. Turning to Ms. Bilosier, forgive me for mispronouncing your name. I consider that it isn't useful for me to take a position around such issues as who gains authority over what territory in any peace discussion. My interest is in standing up for the human rights of the people impacted by such decisions. And it's clear to me that everybody's human rights must be 100% honoured and implemented, regardless of whatever outcomes might emerge from discussions to which I play no part. And I will continue to insist on that in every context. And as I said earlier, and forgive me if I missed, because I wrote a very brief note here, if I missed part of your question, but I will continue to shout out in every possible way for the well-being and the human rights and the dignity of people in the temporarily occupied territories. Their human rights are no less important than those of you or me or anybody else. And if I've misanswered you by not hearing correctly, I apologise. Turning to Mr. Mullen, you said, would I agree? And then you proposed a very complex legal formulation. So like any good lawyer, I would have to tell you I'd need to consider your question. But what I can tell you without hesitation or prevarication is that I will follow assiduously the guidance and judgments of the European Court of Human Rights.
Thank you very much, Michael. Due to your concise answers, I think we can take another round of 3, and that starts with Lesia Zaburana from Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Dear Commissioner, this winter, Russia deliberated targeted electricity infrastructure and all heating system in Kyiv. For example, in my constituency in Kyiv, on the left bank of Kyiv, almost 1 million people living almost without heating, electricity, and in some cases without water. This is not only about infrastructure damages. This is a systematic violation of fundamental human rights, including the right of life, dignity, housing, and basic living conditions. Will the Council of Europe recognize this as a specific form of human rights violation, and when informants tools can follow, not just statements? Thank you.
Thank you. Yuri Kamelchuk, also from Ukraine. Yuri? Yuri doesn't seem to be here. Then we proceed to Sibilai Celdek.
Do you consider the absence of an assessment of violations affecting those dismissed under emergency decrees, known as KHK, and the Academics for Peace a significant gap in your Turkey report? And will your office conduct a deeper investigation into these cases, which have impacted hundreds of thousands directly and millions indirectly for nearly a decade? Thank you.
Thank you. And Amagan Kandan from... Could you, Sevilay, could you repeat the question? The Commissioner didn't understand. The question only.
I'll be happy to repeat. Assessment of violations affecting those dismissed their jobs under emergency decrees and the Academics for Peace a significant gap in your Turkey report? And will your office conduct a deeper investigation into these cases, which have impacted hundreds of thousands directly and millions indirectly for nearly a decade? Thank you.
Thank you. And Amargan Kandan from Cyprus. Also not here. Then hopefully Saboloc Noc from Romania.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, your report shows that 2025 brought significant challenges for our European community and for your office in the field of human rights also. But other issues need attention also, like the urgent need of implementation of collective rights for autochthonous national minorities. Organizations representing these minorities continue to face difficulties. Individual rights have advanced, yet collective rights remain insufficiently implemented. Do you intend to strengthen support for organizations representing these minorities? We look forward to informing you further during your visit in Romania this year. Thank you.
And as we have only one speaker left on the list, I would suggest that we also take Therese Coffey from United Kingdom.
I'm very conscious in the report that the statement after the visit made by you, Mr. O'Flaherty, to the UK last year, you expressed your concern, it felt, about the 4 women ruling by the Supreme Court. A year on, it still hasn't been put into place. Surely one of the issues that often faces challenges, particularly for people in the trans community, is having certainty, and we have uncertainty at the moment. So what would be your recommendation on how that certainty can be provided?
Michael, please.
Sure. Thank you very much. Firstly, with regard to the attacks on infrastructure in Ukraine, I have called these out repeatedly. After most of the incidents, I've taken to social media to express my outrage and my solidarity. The attacks on infrastructure, including in the wintertime, heating and electricity, are egregious abuses and violations of human rights of men, women and children with devastating consequences. I will continue to do so. I will continue to call for justice and accountability for all of these crimes. And I would expect and demand that accountability be delivered wherever legal avenues can bring us. I will, as I said earlier, provide every meaningful and possible support within my mandate for the pathways towards accountability, including those that are championed by the Council of Europe. Turning to Ms. Chelenk regarding dismissals and academics dismissed from positions, thank you very much for raising the matter. I will take it into consideration. I'm engaging with Turkey across multiple areas, and you have flagged to me an issue, and I will look at it. Turning to Mr. Nagy, I think my answer is pretty much the same, sir, as that on an earlier question with regard to national minorities. I will, of course, stand up for the human rights of everybody, including the human rights of members of national minorities. You have my assurance. I will do it on the basis of the rights as outlined in the Framework Convention on National Minorities. And when I visit your country, I very much look forward to engaging with you in the context of sitting down with your country's PACE delegation, which is my standard practice on almost all of my visits. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon. I wasn't trying to avoid it. Thank you for the question. As you know, Baroness Coffey, I've been following very closely the situation since the Supreme Court judgment, which is what it is, but created a lacuna in terms of equal protection for members of the trans communities. I have engaged on it during my visit with the government. I have sat down with ministers on the topic. I have written to the authorities. I have published much of my correspondence. I've engaged with the National Human Rights Institution, always to the same end, that the Goodwin case, that the logic of the Goodwin case be applied in terms of new regulation in your country. The Goodwin case, a UK case at the European Court of Human Rights, established the entitlement to equal respect and dignity of members of the trans community as to anybody else. And I now expect your government to put forward a regulatory framework which will deliver on that binding judgment of the court. And I will continue to press on the matter.
Commissioner, thank you very much for all your answers. It was good to have this exchange for you, and all the best for your important work. Thank you very much. The next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled Towards the Universal Abolition of the Death Penalty in All Circumstances, document 16-375, presented by Mrs. Gala Feldhoen on behalf of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. This will be followed by statements by Barbara Lochbihler, Commissioner at the International Commission Against the Death Penalty, and Mrs. Antoinette Kaihian, International Human Rights Defender. In order to finish by 6:30, I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 6:10 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. I call Mrs. Feldhoen, rapporteur, but take your place first, of course.
It's they don't sit correctly. Gala, no.
I think Barbara, on the other. Barbara, you should sit on the other side. There is some mistake. Please, could you change to the opposite side? We have a very strict order here. And Gala has the first row as a rapporteur, and also the chair of the committee. So, perfect, and everything is in order. So everything settled? Fine. Gala, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes later to reply after the debate. Please.
Dear President, dear colleagues, 15 years after the Assembly's last resolution focused on the death penalty, this report aims to contribute to the next World Congress against the death penalty to be held in Paris in June 26. Over the years, the Assembly has significantly contributed to making the Council of Europe's geographical and legal space a death penalty-free zone. In the 90s, the Assembly made the commitment to abolition a precondition for accession to the organization. It also paved the way for the adoption of additional protocols number 6 and 13 to the European Convention of Human Rights concerning the abolition of the death penalty in time of peace and in all circumstances. Unfortunately, the death penalty is not merely a thing of the past. This is why achieving its universal abolition must remain a top priority. So I very much welcome this important debate, and I want to thank our two guest speakers, Mrs. Antoinette Shaheen and Mrs. Barbara Lochbihler, for joining us today. As the Assembly's General Rapporteur, I welcome the global trend toward its limitation and abolition. However, I am deeply concerned by the fact that some countries continue to retain the death penalty and to carry out executions, the number of which has increased in 24 and 25. This report is of a particular importance in the current context. No later than last week, a report on the death penalty in Iran revealed an unprecedented escalation in its use by the Islamic Republic, where capital punishment serves as a tool of political repression and intimidation. 25 saw the highest number of recorded executions in the country since 1989, marking a dramatic 68% increase compared to 24. Colleagues, our efforts remain as necessary as ever. In the United States, the death penalty has been restored at the federal level under President Trump. And some states are using brutal methods of execution that amount to torture. In Japan, an execution was carried out in June 25 after a pause of almost 3 years. And Belarus remains the only country on the European continent that still carries out executions which are shrouded in secrecy. The current situation in Israel demonstrates that we must remain vigilant and monitor any initiative aimed at reintroducing or expanding the death penalty. This year, Israel, that has held observer status in the Assembly since 1957, took this step despite international pressure to prevent it. This is not fiction. This is a terrible and tragic reality. The new law recently adopted by the Knesset provides for the imposition of the death penalty on individuals convicted of, and I quote, murderous terrorist attacks. Within the military court system, it established default death sentences with no possibility of reduction, commutation, or pardon, and eliminates key procedural safeguards. In the civil courts, the legislation expands the offences punishable by death in a discriminatory manner against Palestinians. This is unacceptable. Such measures are incompatible with the Council of Europe's core values and constitute a flagrant violation of Israel's international obligations. And these facts should be duly taken into consideration in the report pending in the Political Affairs Committee regarding the possible suspension of Israel's observer status with the Assembly. In contrast with these alarming developments, I have also identified some more encouraging trends. Morocco marked a landmark shift in 24 by voting for the first time in favor of the United Nations General Assembly resolution calling for a global moratorium on the use of the death penalty. In addition, it is important to note that states with a partnership status with the Assembly either have abolished capital punishments, like Kyrgyzstan, have a moratorium on executions in place, Morocco, or have not carried out executions for a number of years, Jordan and Palestine and the West Bank. Ahead of this year's World Congress Against the Death Penalty, my report stresses the critical role played by judges towards the universal abolition of the death penalty and encourages initiatives aimed at mobilizing young people worldwide. Capital punishment has been almost entirely abolished on the European continent. However, we should not take this for granted. In the context of the resurgence of the pro-death penalty narratives, it is crucial that the Assembly reaffirms its firm and principled opposition to the death penalty in all places and all circumstances. The death penalty is fundamentally incompatible with human dignity, the right to life, and a prohibition of inhuman and degrading treatment or punishment. Its reintroduction would purely and simply be incompatible with a state's continuing membership on the Council of Europe and would constitute a serious violation of its obligations on the protocol or under Article 3 of the Statute of the Council of Europe. The draft resolution before you therefore reiterates the long-standing position of the Assembly and contains a list of recommendations for different stakeholders and international actors. It calls on the US and Japan to introduce immediate moratoriums and to take the necessary steps towards the abolition of the death penalty in law. A similar call is made to the Belarusian regime. As regards Morocco, the resolution calls on the Parliament and the authorities to transform its long-standing moratorium into an abolition. It also urges Israel strongly to repeal or invalidate its new law without further delay and to refrain from implementing it. The fight against the death penalty is at the core of our values as Council of Europe. The Assembly will not accept any backsliding on this question. Let us be united and show that to the world today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I invite Mrs. Barbara Lochbihler, Commissioner at the International Commission Against the Death Penalty, to make her statement. You have 7 minutes, dear Barbara.
Thank you. Madam President, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and thank you for this invitation. It is indeed an honor to speaking here today because PAS has advanced abolition very effectively. Its combination of treaty instruments, membership conditionality, and sustained monitoring has produced a death penalty-free continent within roughly 2 decades of sustained effort. The International Commission Against the Death Penalty, or ICDP, was established in Spain, in Madrid, in 2010, and is currently composed of 28 high-level commissioners from all regions of the world, united in our commitment to promoting the universal abolition of the death penalty under our President, Navi Pillay, Judge and former UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. The commissioners, we are former presidents, ministers, prime ministers, governors, judges, senior UN officials, and parliamentarians. We use our collective experience to reach out to government representatives with retentionist countries and to encourage and support them gradually to abolish the death penalty. Having been a parliamentarian myself, I was member of the European Parliament with the main focus on human rights. I know from experience that parliamentarian voices carry unique weight in this struggle. And I want to address the paradox that we face today, share the data that should alarm us, and propose concrete steps that parliamentarians can take to move the world towards abolition. As the rapporteur has said, in 2024, the UN General Assembly adopted its 10th resolution calling for a moratorium on executions with 130 votes. This is a record in history. And these are more than 2/3 of the UN member states. And in recent years, we saw countries like Kazakhstan, Papua New Guinea, Sierra Leone, the Central African Republic, Ghana, Zimbabwe, and Zambia all have either fully abolished or abolished for ordinary crimes. Malaysia commuted nearly 1,000 death sentences following the repeal of its mandatory death penalty, and Vietnam removed 8 capital offences from its penal code just last year. But here is the paradoxon. The abolitionist majority has never been larger, and the retentionist minority has never been more lethal. Known global executions increased most worryingly. In 2025, reported executions included at least 1,639 individuals in Iran, at least 346 people in Saudi Arabia, including 2 people who have been children when they committed the crimes. In the United States, 47 executions were carried out in 2025, the highest number in 16 years. Moreover, at least 24 people were executed in Somalia and 17 in Singapore. In China, Vietnam, and the People's Republic of Korea, the use of the death penalty remains shrouded in secrecy, making it difficult to accurate numbers. Public executions continued in Afghanistan, and you have already referred to the situation in Belarus. So we are simultaneously witnessing the most progress and the most executions in a generation, and that tension must concentrate our minds. And perhaps briefly, let me also refer to the European Court for Human Rights and its relations to the death penalty. You have the European Convention on Extradition provides that extradition may be refused if the offence for which the extradition is requested is punishable by the death penalty, unless the requesting party provides assurance that it will not be carried out. So in 2000, the court ruled that deporting a woman who risked death by stoning to Iran would violate the prohibition of torture. The applicant was subsequently granted a residence permit in Turkey. And in 2020, the court ruled that expulsion of Chinese nationals to China, where they might be sentenced to death, would violate the right to life. And the Bulgarian authorities subsequently presented guarantees that the applicants would not be expelled to China or another third country. And I would really underline that we, today and in future, need a very strong and independent and well-functioning European Court of Human Rights. And then I would also like to underline some of the trends we see today. That the number of countries carrying out executions has reached historical lows. Only 15 countries in 2024, the lowest ever recorded. But within this very small group of countries, we have an increased number of executions. I named them: Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia. Together, they count for 91% of all known executions in 2024. This 2025, Iran alone carried out an average of 4 to 5 executions per day. The second trend we see is an increased number of the use of the death penalty being carried out arbitrarily, often based on confessions extracted by torture, and where the people executed have not faced fair trials and very limited access, if at all, to a defense lawyer. In the United States, reports suggest that over 80% of the people executed have at least one significant vulnerability, like mental illness, intellectual disability, and so on. And at least 48 women were executed in 2004 in Iran. Women rights activists face the death penalty for their courage. and also children continue to be executed. And the third trend, I have to say, is that the weaponization of the death penalty against dissent. And we see this again in those 3 countries. So we are deeply concerned. A trend is there that some countries announce that they will reintroduce the death penalty. And the rapporteur has referred to the situation in the United States on the federal level. And we have also the situation in the Israeli Knesset, the advancement and reported approval of legislation expanding the use of the death penalty for terrorists targeting Palestinians only. I join my fellow ICTB commissioners in passing strong condemnation, raising alarms over the potential violations of human rights and the implications for Israel's observer status. So these are only some trends. And I would like to end by really say that parliamentarians do have a role in this path to abolitions. You can reach out. You can do what you can do in your parliaments, here or at home in your national parliaments, but you can also reach out to colleagues in retentionist countries to join forces, to discuss how you can reform laws, how you can reduce the crimes for which the death penalty is being seen for. So there is a variety. And we are not, and parliamentarians are not bystanders, we are real protagonists. So thank you again, and thank you for a very strong resolution you are going to pass. And as you said, Rapporteur, you will not give in and continue with a strong energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lochbihler, for sharing this really frightening evidence, which we all have to address united. And at the opening speech on Monday, I already said that's a civilizational choice to abolish the death penalty. Please now, the floor goes to Mrs. Annette Chahain, International Human Rights Defender. You also have 7 minutes, please.
Bonjour à tous, mesdames et messieurs. Je tiens en premier lieu à vous remercier de cette invitation. Cette invitation m'honore car j'ai été moi-même victime de l'injustice et de la peine de mort. Je m'appelle Antoinette Chahain, je suis libanaise et j'ai acquis après mon calvaire la nationalité française. Mon histoire personnelle est une histoire remplie d'injustice depuis le jour où j'ai été arrêtée. Mon histoire est très difficile à résumer en 7 minutes. J'ai connu la souffrance de la torture, l'injustice et la peur de l'exécution capitale. C'est pour cela que je m'engage contre la peine de mort, pour la dignité des détenus et pour la défense de toute vie humaine. J'ai été arrêtée parce que mon frère Jean était membre des forces libanaises, un parti politique chrétien persécuté à cette époque. On m'a demandé de faire un faux témoignage contre lui et contre ce parti politique, alors qu'il avait déjà quitté le Liban. Ils avaient besoin d'un bouc émissaire. Malgré de très nombreux interrogatoires et la torture, j'ai réussi à ne pas le faire. Étudiante, j'ai été torturée, condamnée à mort lors d'un premier procès et finalement innocentée et libérée après 5 ans et demi de détention. À travers mon histoire personnelle et à travers la responsabilité comme défenseur des droits de l'homme, j'ai essayé de transformer ma souffrance en engagement pour les autres, pour les détenus, les personnes torturées et ceux qui n'ont plus de voix. J'ai subi toutes les formes de torture, physique et psychologique, dans toute leur cruauté. J'ai vécu des moments terribles, suspendue par les bras sans que mes pieds ne touchent le sol. On m'a lié les pieds et les mains comme un poulet, et l'on me frappait sur la plante des pieds. Je vous épargne les détails d'une nuit lors de laquelle ils ont déversé sur moi de l'eau bouillante. et ils ont dû appeler la Croix-Rouge. J'ai été torturée à tel point que j'ai dû être hospitalisée à 2 reprises. Jamais je n'oublierai quand j'ai été opérée du pied enflé dangereusement suite aux maintes sortes de tortures. Imaginez, l'opération a eu lieu sans anesthésie. Dans ma cellule, c'était le 11e jour à la prison. Le pire, croyez-moi, le pire fut la privation d'eau. Après mon refus de signer de faux aveux, on ne m'a plus donné de l'eau. On m'a versé sur le front pour m'empêcher de boire. Je vais vous raconter une nuit noire que j'ai vécue sous une torture très cruelle. J'ai atteint un moment où je ne pouvais plus supporter la torture. Alors, je leur ai dit, arrêtez, je signerai n'importe quel papier que vous voulez, mais je veux vraiment me reposer. Ils m'ont donné de l'eau et m'ont amené dans un bureau pour signer. J'ai vu le stylo au bord du bureau. Je l'ai pris dans ma main et il est tombé par terre sans que je le veuille. J'ai crié, je ne témoignerai pas des choses pas vraies. Faites ce que vous voulez de moi. J'ai payé de mon sang. J'ai payé de mon corps. C'est la preuve devant vous. C'est la preuve qu'un être humain peut être poussé à avouer un crime qu'il n'a pas commis pour échapper à la souffrance et être ensuite condamné à mort. Et je voudrais vous raconter une autre forme de torture psychologique qui m'a fait faiblir. Je l'ai signé. Je ne pouvais pas délivrer auparavant quand ma mère était encore vivante. Au début de mon arrestation, ma famille a appris, après le décès d'une personne sous la torture, que j'étais soi-disant morte. Ma mère a couru vers le lieu de mon arrestation et s'est agenouillée et a baissé la chaussure d'une personne. Et elle lui a dit, « Si ma fille est vivante, laisse-moi la voir. Et si elle est morte, donne-nous son corps. » Il lui a répondu par un coup de pied. Elle est tombée et a commencé à pleurer. Ma mère, elle ne savait pas que je l'ai vue ce jour-là. Pour qu'il me torture plus, ils m'ont mis dans un endroit où je pouvais la voir, mais elle ne m'a pas vue. Je veux lui promettre devant vous, comme maintenant je suis une mère et je comprends ce qu'elle a vécu, que je n'arrêterai pas mon combat. Et je sais qu'elle me regarde du ciel. Et je ne vous préciserai pas quand ils se servirent de mes jambes pour éteindre leurs cigarettes. Et à l'annonce du premier verdict de ma condamnation à mort, j'ai été victime d'une attaque de paralysie qui m'a laissé incapable de parler et de marcher pendant plusieurs semaines. L'injustice, c'est quelque chose de terrible. C'est pendant cette période qu'Amnesty International a publié un rapport qui stipulait que mon procès avait été inéquitable. Ce rapport, c'était une bénédiction pour moi. Et plusieurs autres organisations s'intéressent à mon calvaire, comme la CAT France, CSI-CSW à Londres, aux États-Unis et au Liban malgré la peur. Des lettres du monde entier affluent dans la prison. Elles me sont adressées. Il y en avait un qu'un jour, le facteur ne pouvant pas les transporter, a dû louer un taxi. La plus grande souffrance du prisonnier, c'est la solitude. Je ne voyais pas le soleil pendant 5 ans et demi. Je ne sentais pas l'air frais. J'ai rêvé pendant 5 ans et demi d'embrasser ma mère, sans pouvoir la toucher. J'étais derrière un grillage. Finalement, la Cour de cassation m'a déclarée innocente, après toutes ces années. Mais qui me le rendra? Qui peut effacer les traces de torture sur mon corps? Avec le temps, j'ai décidé de transformer cette épreuve en combat. Depuis ma libération, je parcours le monde pour défendre les droits humains et continuer mon combat contre la peine de mort, l'injustice et la torture. Par exemple, aux États-Unis, au Canada, en Australie, Maroc, Tunisie, Jordanie et en Europe. Et dans mon pays, le Liban, j'agis aussi aux côtés des activistes et des parlementaires pour avancer vers l'abolition de la peine de mort. Vraiment, je n'ai pas l'intention d'arrêter. Ce qui me paraît le plus important, c'est de pouvoir témoigner auprès des jeunes parce que l'éducation des droits humains peut permettre d'améliorer le monde afin que nous puissions parvenir à un monde en paix. Je remercie ici tous les hommages qui m'ont été rendus depuis toutes ces années au Liban et dans le monde entier et en France. On m'a octroyé la citoyenneté d'honneur et les clés de plusieurs vies et de la part du gouvernement français, l'insigne de chevalier de l'Ordre national du mérite ainsi que la nationalité française pour moi et mes 2 enfants. Je suis membre d'honneur d'Amnesty International, ainsi membre d'honneur et ambassadrice du Liban de la CAT France, et ainsi que fervente militante de ECPM Ensemble contre la peine de mort et avec Comunità de Sant'Egidio en Italie. Quand je parle des hommages, ce n'est pas à la personne d'Antoinette Chehine, mais un hommage à chaque torturé, à chaque prisonnier, à chaque personne qui subit la torture, et à chaque militant et à vous tous. En parlant de la France, je ne peux que rendre hommage à M. Robert Badinter. Lors d'un congrès mondial contre la peine de mort, M. Badinter disait à mon encontre que j'étais celle qui incarne à elle seule la lutte pour l'abolition. Concernant l'abolition de la peine de mort, mon combat reste le même depuis ma libération. Depuis 2001, date du premier congrès mondial contre la peine de mort, je suis invitée et je suis présente à chacun de ces congrès. Et cette année, nous célébrons son 25e anniversaire. Ce congrès est une étape importante vers l'abolition universelle de la peine de mort. Mon souhait le plus fort, comme tous les militants qui luttent contre la peine de mort, est de pouvoir faire en sorte que l'abolition devienne universelle. Malgré tout ce que j'ai vécu, je n'ai pas de haine. La paix, l'amour et le partage sont mes seules armes. Mais je n'oublierai jamais ce que j'ai vécu. Et je sais une chose, sauver une vie, soutenir une famille, accompagner un jeune vers la paix et à encourager les militants pour réagir davantage, on gagne tous ensemble. C'est déjà gagner contre la violence. Vivre dans la haine, c'est rester prisonnier une seconde fois. Comme je l'ai dit très souvent lors de mes témoignages, je souhaite terminer en criant haut et fort. Non, non à la mort. Oui, oui à la vie. C'est notre combat à nous tous. Je vous promets de continuer avec vous mon combat jusqu'à la dernière minute de ma vie, pour que personne ne vit ce que j'ai vécu, ma mère et moi. Surtout, ne baissons pas les bras, au contraire, agissons, résistons encore et encore. Je vous remercie.
Madame Chahine, we thank you very much for your braveness to share your indeed dramatic testimony of torture and indeed inhuman treatment with all of us. We admire that you speak about your destiny and fight against withholding of dignity for others. And your example is indeed inspiring, and I hope that you really can enjoy your life in freedom. Thank you. We now come to the speakers on behalf of the political groups, and I first call on Yves Krochten on behalf of SOC.
Madame Chahine, thank you for your emotional but very important testimony. Be assured that you have our full sympathy and solidarity. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank Mrs. Faltoon for her excellent work. This report is clear, principled, and uncompromising. The death penalty has no place in a society built on human dignity. It violates the right to life. It is irreversible. And it is incompatible with the values we defend in this assembly every single day. Europe has made a historic choice. We are a death penalty-free zone, not by accident, but by conviction. And yet, while the global trend moves towards abolition, we see something deeply troubling. Not just persistence, but also regression. Let me focus on one point that strikes at the very core of what we stand for. In Israel, new legislation would introduce mandatory death sentences. And not just that. They would apply in a way that is fundamentally discriminatory, targeting specifically Palestinians through military courts and unequal legal standards. This is not just about death penalty. This is about who the death penalty is applied to. A death penalty that is selective, that distinguishes between lives, between whose life is worth protecting and whose is not. This is not justice. This is discrimination. And let us be absolutely clear. There is no version of the death penalty that aligns with the values of the Council of Europe. Not a targeted one, not a security-based one, not an exceptional one. Our convention system is built on a simple but powerful idea. Human rights are universal, or they are nothing. You cannot defend human dignity selectively. You cannot defend the right to life only for some. And you can certainly not introduce a system where the death penalty is applied along ethnic or political lines. This is in total contradiction with everything we and this organization stand for. Colleagues, this assembly has always been clear. Any reintroduction of the death penalty is incompatible with Council of Europe membership. But beyond legal incompatibility, there is moral one. We are not just lawmakers, we are guardians of a principle that justice must never become vengeance and that the state must never mirror the violence it condemns. So yes, this report is important. It documents progress. It calls for action. It reaffirms our commitment. But today, we must also send a message beyond its pages. There can be no backsliding, no exceptions, no double standards. The abolition of the death penalty is not a policy choice, it is a civilizational choice, and we must defend it everywhere and without any compromise. Thank you.
I now call on Emanuelis Zingaris on behalf of EPP. Emanuelis, please, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and dear friends. My mother spent 4 years in Nazi camp, and I never heard from her after she survived terrible Stulov concentration camp and my grandfather Dachau that she was calling for hatred. Hatred and revenge. We built this, it was built at this Council of Europe on the neglection to revenge means capital punishment. And that's our core values, and that's why today I will vote in favor of this resolution. I would like to say to you, thank you for rapporteur. But having that in mind, we should have the broader view, who is in favor of the capital punishment and who is not. Which countries are just, was mentioned, 55 times per day in Iran, and no one discussion about Iranian situation of human rights in our Council of Europe. I'm sorry, that is a mistake. They are not our members, but we should discuss that in crystal clear way in the context of today's discussion. 15 countries from Middle East have capital punishment. We should discuss that too. Thank you for calling for other countries to reduce members, observers to withdraw capital punishment. It's very important to say today that in Israel 23 times Supreme Court blocked Knesset decisions and their laws was not implemented. Let's ask Israeli democratical forces, and Israel is probably only one democracy in the Middle East, real democracy, to make a decision after elections and make every effort after Supreme Court will be doing their decision, and we hope it will be positive against capital punishment. let's ask the new friends in democratic Knesset to vote against and block that. And on the end, I would like to say that we should be here based on our broader approach and not always pointing only Israel, but at the same time having the same dose of critics. And I would like to ask Palestinian authorities to come back to the question of capital punishment, and especially remember that Hamas, I have here all numbers, made capital punishment in the Gaza Strip for a huge number of Palestinians. Let's be objective, and I'm congratulating the rapporteur with a good and mature report. Thank you. I will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next is Oleksiy Goncharenko on behalf of ECPA.
Dear President, dear colleagues, let us be frank and clear. We all here against death penalty. This is one of the core values of the Council of Europe, and it's something which we should continue to do, and there is no question about this at all. I want to thank the rapporteur for a great job done, but I want to speak now about hypocrisy, because what we saw around this report is a real hypocrisy. When this report, very needed report, very important report, was used to attack the state of Israel because of the decision of Knesset. First, I want to address Israeli colleagues. Please reconsider your decision. Secondly, we need to remember this law is not activated in Israel. It's now under judiciary review from the Supreme Court. And I hope that Supreme Court will make a decision which will just destroy this decision about implementing of death penalty in Israel. There is time for this, there is possibility, and it is absolutely real. And moreover, I think it will happen. But still it has not happened. And when, once again, this law doesn't work, it is used today to attack the state of Israel. And we hear, let us suspend their observer status. Let us terminate their observer status. I'm very much interested why those who are saying this are not initiating termination of the status of Palestine as a partner for democracy. In Palestine, there is death penalty. In 2011, when we invited Palestine here as a partner for democracy, it was said, let us give them motivation to destroy death penalty. And what? 15 years after, they did it. No. But no one of you are telling, let us terminate their status. No one of you are telling the same about Jordan, where there is a death penalty and which has the same status of partner for democracy with us. Where are you? Why are you not speaking about this? And one more hypocrisy. We can speak about what's going on in the Middle East. And I want to remind you, Israel is the only one democracy there. And yes, in democracy, the mistakes can be made, but I hope they can be also fixed. But we have just on our continent one more country, which is called Belarus, where people are killed today. They have death penalty, they're killing people, and nothing is happening. Many of the countries which are represented here even did not introduce sanctions against Belarus. They handshake with Lukashenko, his representatives, and so on. So stop hypocrisy. Let us be consistent with our principles. And first of all, let us watch what's going on in our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we listen to Mrs. Kudic on behalf of ALDE.
Okay, can you hear me now? The year is 2026, and we find ourselves in the chamber of what is supposed to be the world's leading human rights organization, defending human rights, not only just in its member states, but around the world, and defending democracy. It is worth reminding ourselves this because the topic we are discussing is not just death penalty and the abolishment of death penalty, because I hope we all understand here in this room, although it's increasingly questionable, that death penalty in no form is acceptable. But not all death penalties are the same. And not all obligations are the same. This organization, we said it before, and we will continue to repeat it, has membership in this organization is both a privilege and a responsibility. And that privilege comes with certain responsibilities of not just member states, but the states that have the observer status here in the Council of Europe. And here, in 2026, I repeat, we are discussing death penalty, among other places, in a state that has the observer status here in the Council of Europe. And not just any kind of death penalty, not just any kind of death penalty, because this death penalty is mandatory execution by hanging within 90 days from the sentence that allows for no questioning of that sentence in the military court. And the most important distinction of this death penalty is the following. This death penalty excludes Israeli citizens. So imagine in the countries that also have observer status here, with controversial death penalties that do not apply to the entirety of their territories, because many states within the United States abolish death penalty. Can you imagine a death penalty that exclusively applies to blacks, that exclusively applies to Muslims or minorities in Japan or the United States? Unimaginable. Again, year 2026. So the time is no longer allowing us to discuss this as a political concept. This is no longer allowing us to use political euphemisms and discuss in theoretical terms, in abstraction, the values of this organization. Whether we adhere to the values of this organization or not is for us to decide, for the members of this chamber. So we either value or we don't value. And again, both observer status and the status come with responsibilities. I will finish by saying this. I come from a country that experienced genocide in the past 30 years. We do not have death penalty. Why? Because I don't believe that the response to savagery should be savagery. Because, again, it's 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of UL, Gabrielle Catala.
Merci Madame la Présidente, Messieurs, Dames. Vous avez vu comme moi ces images, celles de ministres israéliens sabrant le champagne pour fêter le vote d'une loi prévoyant la peine de mort pour les seuls Palestiniens qualifiés de terroristes, une peine de mort raciste, par pendaison, réservée aux Arabes. La peine de mort, raciste ou non, est incompatible avec les principes du Conseil de l'Europe, tout comme les exécutions extrajudiciaires pratiquées à grande échelle par Israël. Pourtant, le Parlement israélien est toujours membre observateur de notre Assemblée parlementaire. La Knesset a ses bureaux, ici à l'étage au-dessus de nous, tout comme les États-Unis, qui sont même membres observateurs du Conseil de l'Europe. Pour mettre fin à cette aberration, notre groupe a déposé plusieurs amendements pour exiger que la Knesset soit enfin exclue. Il est d'ailleurs regrettable que cette Assemblée ne revienne à ses fondements uniquement lorsqu'il est question de peine de mort raciste, car la colonisation aurait dû déjà justifier que la Knesset ne soit jamais membre observateur de notre Assemblée parlementaire, tout comme l'apartheid, les milliers de prisonniers enfermés sans procès et torturés, les crimes de guerre, les crimes contre l'humanité et le génocide. Si un seul État, un seul membre de cette Assemblée avait commis ne serait-ce que le 50e des crimes d'Israël, si un seul État avait assassiné plus de 20 000 enfants en moins de 2 ans, il aurait été immédiatement exclu. Et si certains d'entre vous ne veulent toujours pas voir ce 2 poids 2 mesures ou faire perdurer cette hypocrisie de plus en plus évidente et écœurante, rappelez-vous, collègues, ce que vous avez voté ici lorsque la Russie a envahi l'Ukraine. À peine 3 semaines après l'agression russe, cette Assemblée se prononçait à l'unanimité pour l'exclusion de la Russie le 15 mars 2022. L'avis notait que la Russie avait fait le choix du recours à la force, je cite, pour réaliser ses objectifs de politique étrangère en violation des normes juridiques et morales qui régissent la coexistence pacifique des États. Elle écrivait être profondément troublée par les preuves des graves violations des droits humains et du droit international humanitaire commises par la Fédération de Russie. Collègues, n'y a-t-il pas de graves violations des droits humains et du droit international humanitaire en Palestine, au Liban, en Iran? Le recours illégal à la force du régime israélien en violation des normes juridiques et morales qui régissent la coexistence pacifique des États n'est-il pas évident à vos yeux? Collègues, il me semble que si vous avez fait le choix de siéger ici, dans cette assemblée parlementaire du Conseil de l'Europe à Strasbourg, ce n'est pas uniquement pour voyager aux frais de la princesse et pour vous donner bonne conscience, ce n'est pas uniquement pour paraître respectable, c'est pour défendre l'universalité des droits humains, des droits qui ne sont pas réservés qu'aux Blancs. Merci beaucoup.
The speaking time of the following speakers will be 2 minutes, and first on my list now is Fabian Molina from Switzerland.
Now, Madam President, esteemed colleagues, I want to first of all thank you, the rapporteur, for her excellent report. La peine de mort est le signe spécial et éternel de la barbarie. The death penalty is the special and eternal mark of barbarism. What Victor Hugo observed in 1848 remains true today. A justice system that kills is fundamentally wrong. The death penalty violates the right to life and human dignity, the foundation of all human rights. Without this right, all others lose their meaning. It is also not an effective tool to fight crime. There is no reliable evidence that it deters crime more than other punishments. It does not bring real justice to victims, nor does it allow for reparation or rehabilitation. In addition, the death penalty is often imposed after unfair trials with discriminatory effects that disproportionately affect vulnerable groups. Rather than increasing security, it undermines trust in justice systems and contributes to a culture of violence. Europe has made significant progress in this area. Thanks to the decisive role of the Council of Europe, the European continent is today a death penalty-free zone, with the exception of Belarus. This achievement must be protected and expanded, not reversed. It is therefore unacceptable that states holding observer status with the Council of Europe or the Parliamentary Assembly should apply, extend or reintroduce the death penalty. The law passed by the Israeli parliament is not only a fundamental attack on human rights, it is also racist and a violation of international humanitarian law. It is therefore essential that the Assembly reviews Israel's observer status in a timely manner. I thank you.
Thank you. Now we listen to Stephanie Weidert from Luxembourg.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, the last death sentence for an ordinary crime was executed in Luxembourg on the 7th of August 1948. That was 1 year before the Council of Europe was founded, of which Luxembourg was one of its founding members. It took, however, more than 30 years for the Luxembourg law to catch up. In 1979, Luxembourg made a decisive choice that the state must never take life as a punishment. Today, that principle is firmly anchored in our constitution. And beyond Luxembourg, it has become part of something larger, a shared European commitment, one that this Assembly has helped to build over decades. Today, Europe is almost entirely a continent without executions, but almost matters. We must never take the abolition of the death penalty for granted. It is not irreversible. And beyond Europe, the trend is deeply concerning. Executions are rising again globally, driven by a small number of states. In countries like Iran, the death penalty is increasingly used not as a punishment, but as a tool of repression. This debate is not about whether punishment has a role in ensuring security. It does, but the death penalty is different. It is often presented as the ultimate form of deterrence. But there's no evidence that it makes society safer. What we do know is this. Justice systems make mistakes, and the death penalty makes those mistakes irreversible. So this debate goes to the core of what justice means. Justice is not vengeance. Justice is measured, controlled, and human, even when confronted with the most serious crimes. Because once the state takes life as a punishment, it crosses a line it cannot redraw. For the Council of Europe, that line is clear. No compromise, no exception, no step backwards, because in the end, a society is judged not only by how it protects the innocent, but how it treats the guilty. And if we remain faithful to that principle, we do not weaken justice, we define it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Michael Rubbestad from Sweden.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to begin by stating clearly, I fully support a universal abolition of the death penalty in all circumstances and in all countries. There can be no compromise on the value of human dignity, the right to life, and the fundamental principles that unite us in this assembly. But if we want to succeed, not only in this room, but across the world, we must also address a difficult reality. In many societies, support for the death penalty does not come from cruelty, it comes from fear, from anger, and from the perception that justice is not strong enough to deal with the most serious crimes. If we want to convince societies to abandon the death penalty, we must ensure that justice systems are strong enough to deal with the most serious crimes. That means ensuring that those who commit the gravest offence face consequences that are serious, proportionate, and effective in protecting society. Long-term imprisonment must be capable of preventing further harm. Justice systems must have the capacity to respond firmly to violent crime. Because if justice is perceived as weak, support for the death penalty will return. And we cannot allow that to happen. If people lose confidence in their ability of the justice system to protect them, they will look for harsher alternatives. Our responsibility, therefore, is twofold: to defend human rights without compromise, and to ensure that justice remains strong, effective, and trusted. Only then can the abolition of the death penalty be not only principled, but lasting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I now call on Mark Risch von Liechtenstein.
Danke, Frau Präsidentin, Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Eine vorsätzliche Tötung von Menschen durch den Staat verstößt gegen das verbriefte Recht auf Leben und gegen das Folterverbot. Eine faktenbasierte Debatte ist wichtig. Fakt ist, besonders oft betrifft die Todesstrafe Menschen aus marginalisierten Gruppen und ökonomisch benachteiligten Verhältnissen. Fakt ist, die Todesstrafe schreckt nicht vor Verbrechen ab und die Todesstrafe macht unsere Gesellschaften nicht sicherer. Fakt ist, Todesstrafen sind kein probates Mittel gegen Terror und, was für mich zentral ist, es sind in der Regel explizit nicht die Hinterbliebenen von Mordopfern oder Opfer von Folter, wir haben es gehört, die die Todesstrafe fordern. Alarmierend indes ist, dass es politische Kräfte gibt, die in ihren Ländern mit der Wiedereinführung der Todesstrafe bzw. der Legalisierung der Folter mehr als nur kokettieren. Dostojewski mahnte sinngemäß an, dass sich der Zivilisationsgrad einer Gesellschaft am Zustand ihrer Gefangenen ablesen lässt. Dem ist wenig hinzuzufügen. Die Todesstrafe war immer und ist es noch ein Fortschritt zum Schlechteren. Ein Wiederaufflammen der Idee Todesstrafe ist ein Rückwärtssalto. Zurück in archaische Primitivität rächender Vergeltung trotz wissenschaftlich und empirisch belegter Folgenlosigkeit ihrer abschreckenden Wirkung. Setzen wir uns gemeinsam ein für Fortschritte zum Besseren. Hierbei ist die Todesstrafe funktionslos und zu verurteilen.
Thank you very much. And now Michael Payne from United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a privilege to speak in a debate that goes to the very heart of human dignity and to the founding principles of this Assembly. For decades, the Council of Europe has led the world in turning principle into practice, embedding the abolition of the death penalty as a defining condition of our membership and demonstrating that justice systems are stronger, not weaker, without it. These principles must apply to all of our Assembly's members, including those with observer status. Leadership on this issue matters now more than ever. In the United Kingdom, the decisive arguments for abolition were not born of sentimentality, but of sober reflection on justice itself. One of the most compelling voices was that of the former Home Secretary, Roy Jenkins, who argued that the death penalty is irrevocable, finable, and incompatible with a fallible system of justice. That truth remains unanswerable. Where there is a possibility of error, and there always is, the state must not wield a punishment that admits no correction. We must also, Madam President, confront the reality that in some parts of the world, the death penalty is still used in a discriminatory and deeply unjust way, with individuals being executed simply because of who they are, including their sexuality. As a proud gay man, I find such practices utterly abhorrent and stand firmly opposed to these despicable violations of human dignity. Roy Jenkins and others also understood that capital punishment diminishes us collectively. It does not deter crime in any consistent or proven way, but it does risk legitimising violence by the state. It substitutes retribution for justice and finality for fairness. This Assembly must proudly continue to make the case, calmly, firmly and universally, that there are no circumstances in which the death penalty can be justified, not in times of peace, nor in times of crisis, not as punishment, nor as deterrence. To abolish the death penalty is not to be soft on crime. It is to be strong on justice, strong on human rights, and unwavering in our belief that the value of human life must never depend on the certainty of human judgment.
Regina Bastos from Portugal is next.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, chers collègues. Je salue Madame la rapporteure pour supérieure qualité de ce rapport. La peine de mort n'a pas sa place dans une société fondée sur la dignité humaine, l'état de droit et le respect des droits fondamentaux. Bien avant que l'Europe ne s'impose comme un continent exempt de peine capitale, mon pays, Portugal, avait déjà compris que l'État ne pouvait pas rendre justice pour l'exécution. C'était un choix civilisationnel. Nous avons été l'un des premiers pays au monde à abolir la peine de mort pour les crimes civils il y a 159 ans et notre Constitution l'affirme clairement aussi. Cette conviction est conforme à l'esprit de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme et à la protection du droit à la vie. La peine de mort viole la dignité humaine, porte atteinte au droit à la vie, constitue un traitement cruel, inhumain et dégradant, sans qu'une preuve le démontre en effet dissuasif supérieur à celui d'autres peines. De la Biélorussie à l'Iran, du Japon aux États-Unis, les discussions continuent à avoir lieu. Un terrible exemple. L'année dernière, en Iran, plus de 1500 personnes ont été exécutées, beaucoup pour avoir participé à des manifestations politiques. Dans ce débat, nous réaffirmons notre engagement en faveur de l'abolition universelle de la peine de mort en cohérence avec nos valeurs, les valeurs fondatrices de cette Assemblée. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. José María Sánchez García, but you have to insert your card in if you want to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Por principio de naturaleza moral, yo estoy contra la pena de muerte. Y debo decir que el grupo político al que pertenezco, en mi patria, Vox, nunca ha solicitado la restauración de la pena de muerte, entre otras razones porque la pena de muerte está abolida por la Constitución vigente en España en su artículo 15, salvo para tiempos de guerra, en los que la Constitución admite que pueda ser legítima. Mi partido, por el contrario, lo que ha solicitado reiteradamente es que las leyes penales incluyan una pena de prisión permanente revisable para delitos especialmente graves, como los de violación o delitos terroristas en general. Esta pena de prisión permanente revisable está considerada legítima por el Tribunal Constitucional Español desde una sentencia de 2001. Por cierto, sobre esta cuestión debo decir que la señora ministra de Igualdad, que ha intervenido hoy en España, ha omitido decir que la Ley 10 de 2022 ha supuesto en España, en materia de delitos sexuales contra las mujeres, que hayan sido beneficiarios de esta ley y se han visto reducidas las penas, 1.155 delincuentes condenados y 117 fuesen excarcelados por los errores técnicos de dicha ley, cosa que ha omitido, pero ha denunciado correctamente la diputada del Partido Popular. Finalmente, creo que la resolución en conjunto es equilibrada, es decir, llama la atención y pide que la Asamblea solicite la abolición de la pena de muerte tanto a Israel como, por ejemplo, a Palestina. Bien, no comprendo por qué esta insistencia en muchos oradores en Israel y se les olvida Palestina. Me parece que, de nuevo, en un asunto tan grave desde el punto de vista moral, aparece aquí una tendencia ideológica y sectaria que no es aceptable. Y nada más. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Christophe Hailou.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Mes chers collègues, je me permets tout d'abord de remercier très sincèrement notre collègue rapporteur pour la grande qualité de ce rapport qui nous rappelle avec force que la peine capitale est fondamentalement incompatible avec la dignité humaine, le droit à la vie et l'interdiction des traitements inhumains ou dégradants. L'abolition universelle de la peine de mort en toutes circonstances n'est pas simplement un objectif politique, c'est une exigence morale, juridique et civilisationnelle. L'Europe peut être fière, grâce à l'action du Conseil de l'Europe, notre continent est aujourd'hui un espace sans peine de mort. Mais cette conquête n'est ni acquise partout, ni irréversible. Le Bélarus continue d'exécuter dans le monde. Les exécutions progressent dans certains pays, y compris pour des infractions qui pourraient parfois paraître mineures. D'autres votent des lois iniques et clairement discriminatoires. Je pense au vote récent de la loi dont beaucoup ont évoqué, de la Knesset en Israël. Moi, je suis, comme beaucoup, attaché à l'existence et à la sécurité de l'État d'Israël, et je considère que le vote de cette loi tourne le dos aux valeurs et aux principes fondamentaux de ce pays. Face à cette situation, notre responsabilité est claire. Porter sans relâche le combat pour l'abolition universelle. Mon pays, la France, dans la fidélité à l'héritage de la loi d'abolition de 1981, portée par le président Mitterrand et par son ministre Robert Badinter, est pleinement engagé dans ce combat. L'organisation à Paris en juin prochain du 9e Congrès mondial contre la peine de mort constituera un moment précieux dans le cadre de ce combat. En tant que parlementaires, nous devons plus que jamais affirmer que la justice ne peut jamais se confondre avec la vengeance. Aucune société ne devient plus sûre en exécutant. En revanche, toute société s'affaiblit en renonçant à ses valeurs et ses principes fondamentaux. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, and now Georgios Stamatis.
Thank you, Madam President. I speak in Greek. Κυρίες και κύριοι συνάδελφοι, ζούμε σε έναν γεωγραφικό χώρο την Ευρώπη που κάθε μέρα πρόσφυγες που ανήκουν στη ΛΟΑΤΚΙ κοινότητα έρχονται και ζητάνε άσυλο. Ζητάνε άσυλο γιατί επειδή είναι διαφορετικοί, όπως πιστεύουν στις χώρες που είναι, ζητάνε άσυλο από εμάς για να μην γυρίσουν πίσω και τους σκοτώσουν. Εμείς είμαστε ο χώρος της δημοκρατίας. Εμείς είμαστε ο χώρος της ασφάλειας. Εμείς είμαστε αυτοί που πρέπει να δείξουμε σε όλο τον κόσμο τι πραγματικά σημαίνει δημοκρατία. Στην Ελλάδα η τελευταία θανατική ποινή ήταν το 1972. Σαν χθες ήταν η επέτειος της 7χρονης δικτακτορίας στην Ελλάδα. Το δικαστήριο αποφάσισε για τους δικτάκτορες τη θανατική ποινή. Και τότε ο μεγάλος χριστιανοδημοκράτης Έλληνας πολιτικός Κωνσταντίνος Καραμαλής είπε ότι για να πάμε στην Ευρώπη, για να είμαστε στην Ευρώπη, για να ζούμε στην Ευρώπη, εμείς θα καταργήσουμε τη θανατική ποινή. Η θανατική ποινή έχει καταργηθεί στη χώρα μου και είμαι περήφανος. Δεν είμαι περήφανος που υπάρχει ακόμα στη Λευκορωσία. Αλλά όσοι θέλουν να ασπάζονται τις αξίες του Συμβουλίου της Ευρώπης και γενικότερα της Ευρώπης, θα πρέπει να αποφασίσουν ότι θα πρέπει να καταργήσουν τη θανατική ποινή. Και σκεφτείτε μόνο, και συγχαρητήρια για αυτή την έκθεση, για τους αδύναμους πολίτες, οι οποίοι μπορεί να μην μπορούν να έχουν μία δίκαιη δίκη. Τι θα γίνει όταν αυτοί οι άνθρωποι θανατωθούν. Και στο τέλος, καμία κοινωνία δεν άλλαξε όταν οι ισχυροί, το κράτος, αποφάσισε να σκοτώσει πολίτες. Το κράτος και η δημοκρατία γινόταν πιο ισχυρή όταν έδινε ίσες ευκαιρίες, ίσα δικαιώματα για όλους. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Thank you. And now Patryk Jaskulewski from Poland.
Dear colleagues, the right to life is the most basic human right. It is the foundation of all the other rights. That's why Poland stands against the death penalty. Anywhere in the world, the death penalty is not a justice. It does not bring peace to the victims. It does not make our societies better and safer. It creates a punishment that cannot be undone in a system that can make always mistakes. Europe made a historic choice when we rejected the death penalty because it goes against the human dignity. And this is why we cannot stay silent when execution still happens on our continent. Today, Poland calls on Belarus to introduce an immediately moratorium on the death penalty. Europe must stay a global leader in the fight against the death penalty, because human rights are not negotiable. That's are the foundation of our civilization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now hear Murat Khalid Sikin from Turkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank Ms. Rapporteur for her excellent work and congratulate her for her specific reference to Israel's status in the Council of Europe. Because what is happening in Israel today is not only a disgrace, but a grave and discriminatory step that undermines human dignity and the rule of law. It is an apartheid measure that seeks to expand the death penalty against 12,000 Palestinian captives in the occupied West Bank. As it is clearly stated in the report, this is an action designed to make executions easier, faster, and irreversible, targeting a specific race. This is not a simple crime against humanity. This is at the same time a typical example of racism in the year 2026. My dear colleagues, the Palestinians have had enough. For decades, they have lived under occupation, oppression, and fear. Their lands have been stolen, their homes are destroyed, and their families are torn apart. Palestinians have endured discrimination, violence, and daily erosion of their most basic human rights. And now, people who survived the 3 years of relentless everyday bombing are to be executed under the guise of law. What we see today is politics built on blood and destruction, led by a fascist government that fuels instability and threatens not only the region, but the whole international order. The adoption of discriminatory death penalty is a total moral collapse. I would like to remind you that the observer status in the Parliamentary Assembly is not a ceremonial status. It carries political and moral obligations as any other member state does. Therefore, Israel is incompatible with the values of the Council of Europe, and there is no room for retaining its status in this organization. Thank you.
Next one is Mike Reeder from UK.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you to the rapporteur for a report that delivers exactly what it should do, is keeping the focus on the universal abolition of the death penalty. I speak with the conviction of a country that abolished the death penalty over half a century ago and has never looked back. We oppose capital punishment in all forms, in all circumstances, and in all places, because the death penalty is incompatible with human dignity and the right to life. But, Madam President, the report highlights threats to the universal abolition, both close to home and further afield. In Belarus, the only country on this continent still carrying out executions, we see people dying in secret, with families denied the return of their loved ones' bodies. And even in the UK, we see far-right voices like the politician Rupert Lowe calling for the death penalty to be reintroduced. We must not be complacent on this issue. Now, I know a lot of colleagues have talked about Israel in this debate. I stand as a friend of Israel, as a friend of the Israeli people, but I'm not a friend of the far-right extremists who push this new legislation through the Knesset and seek to reintroduce the death penalty in one of our partner nations. We must stand against it. We must use the voice of the Council to call out this action. So, Madam President, this report and resolution shows that the abolitionist consensus must be defended at home and abroad, because the question is not whether the death penalty will eventually be consigned to history, but the question is how many more lives will be lost before that day comes. I urge colleagues to support this report.
Ms. Stevenson.
Thank you. I want to thank the rapporteur for the comprehensive report. The abolition of the death penalty is a foundational principle of the Council of Europe. It's embedded in our commitment to human dignity, the rule of law, the absolute prohibition of inhumane and degrading treatment. Therefore, it's completely indefensible and inconceivable that Israel continues to retain observer status at the Parliamentary Assembly and indeed Venice Commission membership while advancing policies that run directly counter to these values. The adoption by Israel of a bill enabling the discriminatory and apartheid execution of Palestinians and foreigners is morally and legally repugnant. The bill doesn't exist in a vacuum. It will be implemented within the context of prolonged occupation, systematic oppression, widely documented human rights violations, including the murder of over 70,000 Palestinians and, of course, the razing of Gaza to the ground. Military courts in Israel have a conviction rate of 99% for Palestinians. These courts disregard due process. This law will impose death sentences 90 days after a conviction. So once a Palestinian is hanged by these courts, there will be no second chance for them. The violence of the Israeli state against Palestinian prisoners has been well documented, including reports of severe torture to elicit confessions. Euromed, Human Rights Monitor, report horrific abuse and the torture of Palestinians while in detention. Torture is routinely used to force confessions, so let there be no doubt that this is a racist apartheid bill. It is designed to further subjugate the Palestinian people. It is legalising, indeed, a practice of extrajudicial killings that has long existed. The celebrations we saw in the Knesset when this bill was passed should send chills down all of our spines. Cheering the ability to execute a specific group of people is obscene, and this bill will cause more bloodshed. Israel's campaign to dehumanise the Palestinian people is clearly very successful if we choose not to suspend their status against this egregious breach of the values of this institution. This law is a violation of the right to life with the specific targeting of Palestinians, and it may represent a war crime.
Ms. Roevers.
Dear colleagues, whilst the abolition of the death penalties was long taken for granted, there recently has been a noticeable setback in the fight against capital punishment. Even more, there are countries that have recently reintroduced death penalty into their legislation. A lot of you spoke about that already. That is totally undesirable and absolutely unacceptable. One of the most fierce and eloquent rebuttals of death penalties is found in Reflections on the Guillotine by philosopher and writer Albert Camus, published in 1957. Camus' father, initially favouring the death penalties for brutal crime offenders, went to witness a capital punishment and returned home, traumatised by what he had seen. For Camus, this reaction reveals an essential truth. The spectacle of the state killing someone is monstrous and deeply disruptive. Capital punishment, he then writes, is the most premeditated of murders to which no criminal deeds, however calculated, can be compared. The death penalty is not a punishment, he argues. The death penalty reduces punishment to mere vengeance. In his beautiful and famous novel, The Plague, dedicated to people fighting fear and death, Camus formulates a central moral lesson to us, which consists of just 2 words: be human. Now, that sounds very simple, but in times of war and crisis, as we experience right now, it's difficult enough as it is. It's our job to live up to that clear and simple message: be human. Thank you.
Mr. Wells.
Dear colleagues, I'm pleased to address you on the critical issue of the universal abolition of the death penalty. I would like to thank the rapporteur, Mrs. Gala Velhun, for this comprehensive report. Although Canada abolished capital punishment for ordinary crimes in 1976 and last carried out a civilian execution in 1962, public support for its use has persisted. Since abolition in Canada, particularly shocking cases of violence and murder have at times sparked calls among the general public for the reintroduction of capital punishment. Several notorious high-profile murder cases readily come to mind. In one particularly horrifying case in 1995, Paul Bernardo, in collusion with his wife, was convicted of kidnapping, sexually assaulting, and murdering 2 teenage girls, Kristen French and Leslie Mahaffey, in Ontario, and he filmed it all. He is serving an indeterminate life sentence and has to date been denied parole 3 times. In 2007, another deeply troubling case, Robert Picton, was convicted of 6 counts of second-degree murder of vulnerable women in British Columbia. Before his assault and death in prison in May 2024, serial killer Robert Picton was believed to have committed numerous other murders of women. These and other cases shocked Canadians, prompting calls for violent criminals to receive adequate punishment. We cannot be insensitive to the belief held by some that certain premeditated crimes are so horrific that they deserve a punishment that matches the crime. If we fail to act, the calls to bring back capital punishment may grow stronger, as some in society demand justice, tougher justice, for acts of extreme violence, including murder. Bernardo now sits in a medium security institution with a well-stocked gym, weight room, and a billiards room. Simply put, some would argue that state authorities should have a range of available measures to deter and punish the most egregious cases of violence in their societies. Thank you, colleagues.
The next speaker is Mr. Emre.
Madam President, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the rapporteur for this important report. As put forward in the report, Parliamentary Assembly has always defended a clear principle. Death penalty has no place in any system based on human dignity, the right to life, and prohibition of cruel, inhuman, or degrading punishment. That's why recent developments in Israel are deeply troubling. Last month, the Knesset adopted a new law expanding the death penalty. Prime Minister Netanyahu personally took part in the vote. It was a symbolic move to show the support of the government. This was no marginal initiative. It was a deliberate political choice pushed by National Security Minister Ben-Gvir and the far right. The problem is not only the expansion of capital punishment. It is the discriminatory way in which this law is designed. It introduces death by hanging for certain terrorism-related offenses, requires execution within 90 days of a final ruling, and sharply limits pardon, commutation, and meaningful review. In practice, it targets Palestinians and reinforces a dual system of justice. UN experts have made clear that mandatory death sentences are arbitrary and contrary to international law. A law that effectively singles out Palestinians for execution is discriminatory by design. This is a serious moral and legal regression. Israel had maintained a de facto moratorium for decades and has not carried out an execution since 1962. This assembly should therefore be clear. We cannot accept this law. We cannot accept the claim that it brings security, and we should be ready to examine the consequences of Israel's observer status if this law is maintained. Thank you.
And the next speaker, Mr. Borowski, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our discussion was largely dominated by the decision of the Israeli Knesset, but that is hardly surprising. The bill that imposes the mandatory, I repeat, mandatory death penalty for so-called acts of terrorism practically directed against one ethnic group. It means Palestinians. The death penalty imposed regardless of whether the prosecution requests it, and with the decision of a simple majority of the judges, while current legislation requires unanimity. No possibility of reducing the sentence, nor of granting of a pardon. What is this? It's a barbaric law passed by the Parliament of Israel. Why are we so moved by this decision? Because Israel, in contrast to Belarus, to Iran, to other gloomy dictatorships, is a democratic country. At least they consider itself as a democratic country. Many countries, including Poland, have called earlier on Israel to abandon these intentions. In vain. Now this bill is being analyzed by the Supreme Court. The Israeli parliament has observer status at the Council of Europe. This chamber should send a clear message. If this law finally comes into force, observer status will be suspended. Such a barbaric law violates the fundamental values on which the Council of Europe is founded. If we want others to respect us, we must first respect ourselves. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Mr. Lux, please.
Dankeschön, Frau Präsidentin, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Wer die Mehrheitsentscheidung der Knesset für eine ethisch kodierte Todesstrafe für Palästinenser kritisiert, hat völlig recht. Und wer daraus ableitet, dass wir natürlich den Beobachterstatus hinterfragen müssen, wenn der oberste Gerichtshof dieses Gesetz nicht kippt, der hat auch völlig recht. Ich möchte nur vor einer Sache warnen. Ich möchte nur davor warnen, dass wir nicht anfangen, so zu tun, als würde dort eine Entwicklung stattfinden, die bei uns unmöglich wäre. Wir haben auch in Europa von Extremisten im vergangenen Jahrzehnt erlebt, wie beispielsweise in Ungarn oder auch in Polen, teilweise selbst in Frankreich oder Deutschland, Rufe nach einer Debatte über die Todesstrafe wiederkamen. Was wir in der Knesset erlebt haben, ist, was passiert, wenn sich die politische Mitte entscheidet, eine gemeinsame Wertegrundlage zu verlassen und mit Extremisten Mehrheiten zu suchen. Und deswegen sind wir vor diesen Gefahren auch in Europa nicht gefallen. Deswegen bin ich unglaublich dankbar für den Bericht. Ich möchte noch mal auf zwei Sachen hinweisen, die aus meiner Sicht besonders nicht untergehen dürfen. Erstens, lassen Sie uns nicht vergessen, dass es alleine 7 Länder auf der Welt gibt, in denen ein simplerer Grund dafür ausreicht, durch einen Staat getötet zu werden. In 7 Ländern der Welt droht Menschen die Todesstrafe, wenn sie schwul sind, wenn sie lesbisch sind, wenn sie bisexuell sind, wenn sie trans sind. Und ich bin sehr stolz, dass wir als 46 Staaten hier diesen Menschen zurufen, wir lassen euch nicht alleine. Und lassen Sie uns bitte zweitens, und dafür bin ich auch sehr dankbar, dass es schon angesprochen wurde, lassen Sie uns zweitens nicht vergessen, dass während wir hier debattieren, in unserer direkten Nachbarschaft, das brutale Regime im Iran seine Todesmaschinerie wieder voll angestoßen hat und alleine in den letzten Wochen ein Dutzend junger Menschen hingerichtet hat, der Spitzenreiter bei Hinrichtungen weltweit. Diese Menschen im Iran, sie verdienen es, dass auch wir an ihrer Seite stehen. Vielen Dank.
The next speaker, Mr. Bejics, please.
Chair, dear colleagues, let me be clear. The death penalty has no place in any society that respects human rights, not in any circumstances. It must never be applied differently depending on who you are. Because when the law treats people differently, it is no longer a justice, it is discrimination. This is why I'm deeply concerned about proposal in Israel that risk expanding the death penalty in the way that would in practice apply mainly to Palestinians. This is not the rule of law. This is unequal justice. And unequal justice is not justice at all. We also know something fundamental. The system can fail, as we heard today. Just look at Ivo Hakamada. He spent over 45 years on the death road and was later found innocent. 45 years waiting to be executed for a crime he didn't do. The death penalty is irreversible. When the system makes mistakes, there is no way back. And we know that it often affects minorities and vulnerable groups the most. So this is where we, as Assembly, has to stay firm. No death penalty, no for anyone, not under any circumstances, because human rights are not selective. Thank you.
Mr. Silva Santiago, please.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, je voudrais commencer pour saluer la rapporteure Veldoen pour l'excellent rapporteur que nous examinons aujourd'hui, qui réaffirme clairement, en principe essentiel, le rejet de la peine de mort en toutes les circonstances. Le Portugal s'inscrit pleinement dans cette position. Nous avons été l'un des premiers pays au monde à abolir la peine de mort. Et ce choix fait partie de notre identité démocratique. Il repose sur une conviction simple. L'État ne doit pas avoir le pouvoir de retirer la vie. La peine de mort est irréversible. Elle est incompatible avec la dignité humaine. Et rien ne prouve qu'elle soit plus efficace dans la lutte contre la criminalité. Au contraire, ce rapport montre que son application reste marquée par les erreurs judiciaires, des discriminations et de l'arbitrarité, affectant surtout les plus vulnérables. L'Europe, aujourd'hui, on se passe sans peine de mort. Une grande conquête du Conseil d'Europe. Mais nous ne pouvons pas être complaçants. Les reculs et des pratiques préoccupantes persistent dans les plusieurs régions du monde. Ce rapport constitue donc un appel clair à l'action. Défendre fermement l'abolition universelle, renforcer le dialogue international et impliquer les jeunes générations dans cette cause. Portugal soutient pleinement ce rapport, car abolir la peine de mort n'est pas seulement un choix politique, c'est une affirmation humanitaire. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Rachan. please.
The universal abolition of the death penalty is a practical requirement for any modern justice system that claims to respect human rights. While we have successfully made the Council of Europe a death penalty-free zone, we cannot ignore the fact that Belarus remains a glaring exception on our own continent. Nor can we ignore the backsliding we are seeing globally. We need to be direct with our observer states. In the United States, we've seen a disturbing move toward experimental execution methods like nitrogen hypoxia. In Japan, the recent acquittal of Iwao Hakamata, after he spent 45 years on death row, is the only argument we should ever need. It proves that no matter how advanced the legal system is, it is capable of making a fatal, irreversible mistake. Most urgently, we must address the law passed by the Israeli Knesset just last month. It is discriminatory and a grave escalation that violates every international standard we defend. Furthermore, having a moratorium is not enough. In countries like Jordan or Morocco, courts continue to hand down death sentences even if they aren't carried out. This creates a state of permanent psychological torture for those involved and for the general public. As we approach the World Congress in Paris later this year, our message should be a clear calling for the total removal of capital punishment from the law books of every partner we work with. If a state wants to be recognized as a stable democracy, it has to stop using the death penalty as a tool of the judiciary. Thank you, and please support this resolution.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Konstantinovska Stoichevska. Miss. Here we go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question we need to ask about the death penalty is not whether someone deserves to die for a crime, but the question is whether we deserve to kill. Why abolish the death penalty? Because it is an irreversible punishment that carries a profound risk of executing innocent people, undermining the very foundation of justice it claims to uphold. No legal system is infallible. Wrongful convictions occur due to flawed evidence, coerced confessions, inadequate legal representation, or systematic bias. When the state imposes a sentence of death, any error becomes permanent and cannot be corrected, unlike other punishments where restitution is possible. Beyond this, the death penalty has consistently been shown to be applied in a discriminatory manner, disappropriately affecting marginalized communities, particularly along racial and socio-economic lines. This unequal application erodes public trust in the fairness of the justice system. Moreover, there is little credible evidence that capital punishment effectively deters crime more than long-term imprisonment. Robert Schentrap, a brother of a 16-year-old Carmen who died in a Douglas High School mass shooting in Parkland in Florida in 2018, says, "This is the part where pundits on TV will invoke the name of my sister to support the murder of another human being. This is the part where people try to convince me that vengeance should make me feel better and that it will bring me closure so that I can continue to heal. But I do not care, because my sister is dead and killing someone else will not bring her back." Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Babachan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Israel Knesset has adopted the death penalty law on March 13, introducing mandatory capital punishment for offenses in the occupied West Bank. As an observer state, Israel is expected to uphold the Council of Europe's fundamental values, including respect for human rights, rule of law, and democratic principles, as well as the abolition of the death penalty. Israel has also obligations under international human rights law, including the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the Fourth Geneva Convention. The application of the death penalty in occupied territories under such conditions would constitute a serious breach of international law. The law not only overturns all legal norms by imposing arbitrary penal sanctions, it also has a racist character due to its selective application specifically to Palestinians. There is also cause for grave alarm at the broader context in which this legislation has been adopted, namely the ongoing military attacks in Gaza and the long-standing occupation of Palestinian territories, including the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. A United Nations Commission of Inquiry has concluded that Israel has committed acts amounting to genocide against the Palestinian population in Gaza, and this point was confirmed by two-thirds majority of the PACE General Assembly in October 2025. These findings build on long-standing concerns regarding Israel's occupations policies over decades, including illegal settlements expansion and alleged systematic violations of international law in the occupied Palestinian territories. In light of these developments, the Assembly should condemn and put a harsh pressure on Israel authorities to cancel the legislation and call upon the international community and member and observer states of Council of Europe to take appropriate measures to ensure respect for international law and fundamental human rights, including termination of observer status of Israel in Council of Europe. Thank you.
Mr. Goncharenko, you have asked to the floor to ask a question to another member on behalf of your group in association with Article 37.4 of the Rules of Procedure. I remind you that you must ask a question, not make a speech. The question must be addressed to a member who does not belong to your political group. It must directly relate to the speech made by that member and to the subject of the debate. You will have 30 seconds to ask it. The member to whom the question is addressed will have 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. And my question is to Mr. Babachan, who spoke right now. My question is very simple. You think our Assembly should terminate the observer status for Israel because of the law about death penalty, which is not enacted. But my question is to you, what should we do with Palestine, which has the law about death penalty, and which is for 15 years has a status of partner for democracy? What do you think we should do with this status of Palestine? Thank you very much.
Mr. Babachan, do you wish to respond? You have the floor for 30 seconds.
Dear Chair, I guess this is a systematic and deliberate policy of my colleague. So no need to answer that question. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lord Jones.
Madam President, I come from a country where the death penalty was abolished as recently as 1998, and indeed the jurisdiction of some people have already spoken. Perhaps they'd allow other people to speak in the meantime. And the Alaman jurisdiction abolished the death penalty in 2006. It's recent memory. I speak as somebody who opposes the extension of the death penalty, of course. And I speak as somebody who does not welcome the moves that we see in some parts of the world to extend its application. I'm going to speak about Israel, and I speak as somebody who is fully supportive of the right of the State of Israel to exist and exist in peace, although I'm critical of the policies of the current government. But the law that's been proposed, and it is only proposed at the moment in Israel, is discriminatory because it is aimed at a particular group. It is sectarian, to use the word that's been used already in this chamber, and it seeks to exclude a group of people on the grounds of religion or citizenship from its full application. That is not law. That is not equality before the law. Israel was established, yes, as a Jewish homeland, but it was established as a state where equality was important. Even when Israel was attacked in 1948, 1956, 1967, 1973, at no time did the Israeli government feel it had to enact a law such as this. And they were existential crises for the state of Israel. I doubt whether David Ben-Gurion and Golda Meir would recognize the thinking behind those who advocate this law. But it is too early for us to condemn the people of Israel. There are many in Israel who oppose this law. It is to them that we should offer our support, to them that we should say we support you in all your efforts, so that when the full process of examination of this law comes to an end, that more rational heads prevail.
And the next speaker is Ms. Montemayor Castillo. Please.
Hello. Hello from Mexico. La abolición de la pena de muerte en México fue un proceso largo y gradual que refleja cambios políticos, sociales y jurídicos a lo largo de un siglo. Después de la independencia, la pena de muerte se aplicaba para delitos graves como traición, homicidio o delitos militares. Nuestra Constitución de 1857 no la eliminó, pero sí buscó restringirla, prohibiéndola para delitos políticos y limitando su aplicación. La Constitución Política de los Estados Unidos Mexicanos de 1917 mantuvo la pena de muerte, pero solo para casos muy específicos como traición a la patria en guerra, parricidio, delitos graves de orden militar. Aún así, su uso comenzó a disminuir notablemente. Durante el siglo XX, México dejó prácticamente de aplicar la pena capital. La última ejecución civil ocurrió en 1937 y la última militar en 1961. Aunque seguía existiendo en la ley, en la práctica ya estaba abolida. La segunda mitad del siglo XX, México se alineó con tendencias internacionales. Se unió a la firma de tratados de derechos humanos y tomó una postura cada vez más firme contra la pena de muerte en organismos como la Organización de Naciones Unidas. El paso definitivo llegó en 2005, cuando se reformó la Constitución. Se eliminó la pena de muerte de todos los artículos, incluyendo el ámbito militar. México se convirtió así en un país abolicionista total. Además, reforzó su compromiso al adherirse al segundo protocolo facultativo del Pacto Internacional de Derechos Civiles y Políticos que prohíbe restablecerla. La posición de México frente a la abolición de la pena de muerte es clara y consistente. Está firmemente en contra de su aplicación y a favor de su eliminación a nivel global. Saludos desde Cancún. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Ms. Çelik Kanat.
Dear colleagues, I thank the rapporteur for this important report. For the Council of Europe, the abolition of death penalty is non-negotiable. It's central to our defense of life, dignity and justice that must never become irreversible. Israel's death penalty law must be condemned in the strongest terms. We oppose capital punishment everywhere, but this case is especially grave. It embeds the death penalty in an apartheid legal order imposed by an occupying power on an occupied people and designed to apply only to Palestinians. It will be enforced through military courts that only try Palestinians and not the Israeli settlers in the same territory, while weakening due process and clemency. In a system of unequal law, unequal courts and unequal protection, and in a state already killing Palestinians on a vast scale, this institutionalizes state execution of an occupied people and constitutes a war crime. This is happening while Palestinian detainees face abuse, torture and deaths in custody. It's happening amid record illegal settlement expansion in the West Bank, where settlers backed or accompanied by Israeli soldiers violently drive Palestinians from their homes and land, clearing the ground for annexation through forced displacement and ethnic cleansing. And it's happening while Israel's leadership is under ICC arrest warrants. Dear colleagues, this law is the product of impunity. When genocide unfolded in Gaza, the international community and this assembly failed to uphold the basic human rights. There was no sanctions and too often not even unconditional condemnation or demand for a ceasefire. That impunity has now matured into this law, apartheid by legal means, and most importantly, an attempt to extend the genocide in Gaza to the West Bank. We must act urgently. We must demand the immediate repeal of this law, call for sanctions and accountability, and move to suspend Israel's observer status in this assembly. Past silence invited this law. Anything less than action now is complicity. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Madame Oudar.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis honorée de m'adresser à vous aujourd'hui au sujet de l'abolition universelle de la peine de mort et je remercie la rapporteure, Madame Veldoen, d'avoir préparé un rapport aussi complet. Le Canada a aboli la peine de mort en 1976. Comme sénatrice au Sénat du Canada, un pays qui a aboli, comme je le disais, la peine de mort depuis 50 ans, je suis heureuse et fière de vivre dans ce pays. Le Canada appartient à un groupe de croissance constante des États qui ont éliminé la peine de mort pour toutes les infractions. Oui, à l'échelle mondiale, des progrès ont été réalisés et je veux rendre aussi ici hommage à Robert Badinter, ministre de la Justice de la France, mon pays d'origine, qui a mené en 1981 l'offensive française mais aussi européenne contre la peine de mort. J'étais alors étudiante en droit au Québec et à la fois comme européenne et comme fière canadienne aujourd'hui, je nous invite, chers collègues, à continuer ce travail important qu'il reste à faire parce que des pays maintiennent et imposent toujours la peine de mort et qu'Amnesty International souligne que le nombre d'exécutions est en augmentation. De plus, nous devons résister résolument à tous les appels visant à la rétablir. Le Canada est passé à 2 doigts que cela se produise. En juin 1987, une majorité de députés, 148 contre 127, a heureusement voté contre un projet de loi visant à la rétablir. Je me souviens très bien que pendant le débat parlementaire, M. Brian Mulroney, qui était notre Premier ministre, dont certains se souviennent très bien aussi, puisqu'il a également lutté contre l'apartheid, avait qualifié la peine de mort d'odieuse et de profondément inacceptable. Il avait fait cette remarque mémorable. C'est plus une question de conscience. Il s'agit de la façon dont nous nous voyons en tant que nation et de la façon dont les autres nous voient aussi parmi les nations du monde. C'est une question de justice, pas de vengeance. Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Ms. Illich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Despite the ceasefire announced in the context of the conflict between Israel and Palestinians, the situation on the ground, particularly in Gaza, remains deeply alarming. Reports continue to indicate ongoing military operations resulting in significant civilian casualties, raising serious concerns regarding respect for international human rights and humanitarian law. These concerns are further compounded by recent legislative developments in the Knesset introducing the possibility of applying capital punishment, raising profound legal and ethical questions. In particular, its reported application in a manner that appears to target Palestinians exclusively gives rise to grave concerns of discrimination and unequal treatment before the law. The reintroduction of the death penalty in such a selective and discriminatory manner stands in clear contradiction with the fundamental principles of justice, equality, and human dignity. In this context, the adoption of such legislation is difficult to reconcile with international human rights law and runs counter to the long-standing position of the Council of Europe, which enshrines the absolute abolition of the death penalty. All member states of the Council of Europe uphold this commitment. Any step that reintroduces or legitimizes such practices, particularly under discriminatory conditions, is therefore in clear contradiction with these shared values. Given the gravity of the situation, the Parliamentary Assembly should respond in a coherent and principled manner. In this regard, consideration should be given to accelerating the examination of measures concerning Israel observer status within pace. Such a step would reflect the Assembly's commitment to human rights, non-discrimination, and the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Mr. Chanbei, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Within the Council of Europe, the abolition of the death penalty is core ethical commitment. It reflects our shared conviction that the right to life is inviolable and that justice must never take an irreversible form. Yet today, discussions around the potential application of capital punishment to Palestinians in Gaza and East Jerusalem give rise to serious concern. This is not a theoretical issue. It affects real individuals, real communities, and people who have already experienced profound hardship. Recent events have exposed us all to alarming levels of violence affecting Palestinians. Entire communities have been devastated. Many children have lost their lives, and basic human rights have been gravely compromised. In the face of such suffering, we must reflect carefully. Can we remain passive in the face of any move toward the reintroduction of executions in the 21st century? The position taken by this Assembly will show whether our dedication to human rights is substantive or merely declaratory. If we do not respond to yet another pattern of systemic violence, our silence will come at the cost of eroding the very European values we claim to uphold. In this context, the issue before us is not about one country. It is about the principle upheld by the Council of Europe itself.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Madame Gören.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Chers collègues, nous sommes aujourd'hui confrontés à une évolution extrêmement grave. Le Knesset a approuvé une loi visant à la réintroduction de la peine de mort, ce qui constitue une rupture fondamentale avec les valeurs fondamentales de notre Conseil. Soyons clairs. L'abolition de la peine de mort n'est pas une option, c'est un principe fondamental. Revenir sur cet acquis, c'est s'éloigner délibérément des standards les plus élémentaires en matière de droits de l'homme. Mais ce qui rend cette situation encore plus alarmante, c'est la nature même de cette législation. Nous ne parlons pas uniquement du rétablissement de la peine de mort. Nous parlons d'un dispositif qui introduit une différenciation dans l'application de la justice où des individus peuvent être punis différemment pour des faits similaires en fonction de leur identité ou de leur appartenance. Autrement dit, il ne s'agit pas seulement d'une atteinte au droit à la vie, mais aussi d'une dérive marquée par des éléments de discrimination raciale et religieuse. Lorsqu'une même infraction peut conduire à des sanctions différentes selon les personnes concernées et que cette sanction peut être la mort, cela constitue une violation flagrante des principes d'égalité et de non-discrimination. Une telle situation est sans précédent. Aucun État membre, aucun État observateur du Conseil de l'Europe n'a mis en place un dispositif comparable. Et certains d'entre nous continuent à dire que c'est le seul État démocratique de la région. Cela marque une rupture nette, inquiétante et inacceptable. Nous ne pouvons ni rester silencieux, ni détourner le regard face à une telle dérive. Si nous prétendons défendre les droits humains, alors nous devons le faire sans compromis. Notre position en tant qu'Assemblée parlementaire doit être ferme, claire et sans équivoque. Toute ambiguïté serait une faute historique. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. That concludes the list of speakers. And I call Ms. Veldhoen, rapporteur, to reply. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to begin with thanking Mrs. Lochbihler and Mrs. Sahin for their informative and impressive, brave and deeply moving contributions. Their words underline the importance of our shared fight against the death penalty. And I'm grateful to all my colleagues for an interesting and passionate debate. Also, I want to thank the Secretariat for their excellent work. Some colleagues stated that the report focuses more explicitly on Israel than on other countries. First of all, this was just an actual development, and we must speak out to every country that is reinstalling the death penalty. Israel is no exception. Israel is an observer state that makes it even more opportune. And for me, as rapporteur, this death penalty law amounts to maximum risk for the right of life and minimum safeguards concerning fundamental rights and the rule of law. A deeply worrying combination. And yes, hopefully the Supreme Court will block the legislation, but as far as we know now, this is the law that has been adopted. And we just have to give a clear sign. The death penalty strikes at the very heart of the values of the Council of Europe, And today, I'm happy to hear that we are united in our commitment to human dignity, the right to life, and the rule of law. And these values leave no room for capital punishment. We must stand united and resolute and speak clearly, consistently, and collectively against the death penalty, regardless the circumstances, where it persists and where it returns. I therefore sincerely hope that this report will be adopted by an overwhelming majority. It is in the core of our values. Let us be united and send a clear signal to the world. The death penalty has no place in societies built on human rights, democracy and the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, Rapporteur. Does the chairperson of the committee, Mr. Erik Niels Kroes, wish to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vice President. My speech is boring because I represent the legal committee, and I can't really say what I would like to say on this topic. But nonetheless, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur, Ms. Gala Veldhoen, on her report, and remind the report is titled Towards the Universal Abolition of the Death Penalty in All Circumstances. We talked today mostly about Israel, but this report is much more than that. It was unanimously adopted by the Committee on Legal Affairs, and Ms. Veldhoen is also the Assembly's General Rapporteur on the abolition of the death penalty. She was appointed in 2024, and she has been following the developments on this topic in Europe and actually worldwide ever since. The report itself is based on a motion tabled by our committee in December last year. The committee believed that at that time, the time had come for the Assembly to adopt a new resolution on death penalty, and we had to take stock of the new developments, including both positive trends, and believe me, there are a few, and obviously also regressions among our observers and partners for democracy. The report is very timely. We hopefully adopt it today. It's just a few months before the 9th World Congress against the death penalty in Paris, which will take place in June. The rapporteur will represent us there, and that is why the committee has fast-tracked this report. I would like to thank the experts who spoke, not only today, but also at our committee meetings in March in Paris, Ms. Nicolas Perron from Together Against the Death Penalty, Professor Ron Dudai from Israel, and Ms. Kui from Japan. The committee has approved some amendments proposed by the rapporteur herself to reflect the most recent developments in Israel. When we adopted this report in March, the bill extending the scope of death penalty was still pending before the Knesset. And despite global pressure, including from our General Rapporteur and the President of the Assembly, as we now know very well, the Knesset finally adopted the law on March the 30th. Our draft resolution condemns this step backward and calls on Israel to repeal or invalidate the law. However, there is hope, as we also heard. The Israel Supreme Court could still invalidate the new law. This would obviously send a powerful message based on Israel's international obligations and constitutional principles. And this would be a great example of how the judiciary can intervene in favor of abolition, one of the topics of the upcoming World Congress. So please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kroes. The debate is closed, and now we move on to amendments. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has presented a draft resolution, document 16375, to which 7 amendments and 2 sub-amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in the order in which they appear in a compendium. I remind you that speeches and amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 4 and 5 to the draft resolution document 16375, which were anonymously approved by the committee, be declared as definitively approved. Amendments 2 and 3 were also anonymously approved, but as they have sub-amendments, they are not subject to the procedure. Is that so, Mr. Erik Niels-Gross?
Yes.
If no one objects, I will consider the amendments to be approved. Is there an objection? Amendments 4 and 5 to the draft resolutions are therefore approved and will not be called. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 7 to the draft resolution, which was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as definitively rejected. Is that so, Mr. Erik Niels-Gross? Okay. This one? If no one objects, I will consider the amendments to be rejected. Is there an objection? Amendment 7 to the draft resolution is therefore rejected and will not be called. If no one objects, Amendment 7, I will consider the amendment to be rejected. Is there an objection?
Not supplemented. It's not supplemented. Okay.
Okay.
I think we just carry on. Yeah, Amendment 7 is repeat that.
Amendment 7 to the draft resolution is therefore rejected and will not be called. There is a sub-amendment proposed to Amendment 2. I first call Ms. Gala Veldhoven to support Amendment 2 on behalf of the committee. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. This is just an update, the latest status of the bill after being adopted by the Knesset. So it's an update to reflect the current situation.
I call on Mr. Yves Kruchten to support the sub-amendment. You have 30 seconds.
This amendment is a very good amendment, but we introduced a sub-amendment just to give a bit more precision to this text. Please support it.
Does anyone wish to speak against the sub-amendment? No. What is the opinion of the committee on the sub-amendment?
The committee is in favor.
Thank you. I shall now put the sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The sub-amendment is agreed to. Now we come to the main Amendment 2. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? No one does. What is the opinion of the committee?
The committee is in favor.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 2 as sub-amended is agreed to. I understand that Mr. Babachan intends to withdraw Amendment 1.
Yes, dear Chair, modifications of the reporter are very similar to our amendments, so we withdraw.
Amendment 1 is withdrawn. There is a sub-amendment proposed to Amendment 3. I first call Ms. Gala Veldhoven to support Amendment 3 on behalf of the committee. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. I support this amendment. I think it's, under these circumstances, a good idea that it's the situation regarding the pending law in Israel, or the law adapted in Israel, is kept under careful review. So I'm supporting this amendment.
I call Ms. Eve Crufton to support the sub-amendment.
Please consider this sub-amendment as a compromise. This amendment is not about singling out Israel. It's merely about protecting the integrity of this assembly. Israel's observer status is currently being reviewed by the Political Affairs Committee, and therefore this resolution should absolutely mention this. Thank you. Please support it.
Does anyone wish to speak against the sub-amendment? What is the position of the committee on the sub-amendment?
Committee is in favor.
I shall now put the sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Sub-amendment is agreed to. Now we come to the main Amendment 3 as sub-amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as sub-amended? No. What is the opinion of the committee? I shall now...
In favor.
Okay, in favor. I shall now put the amendment as sub-amended to the vote. The vote is open.
You always have to say the vote is open.
Okay. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 3 as sub-amended is agreed to. I call Mr. Emmanuel Fernandez to support Amendment 6. You have 30 seconds.
Merci Madame la Présidente. En cohérence avec l'amendement 2 que nous venons d'adopter, qui indique clairement que la loi du 30 mars 2026, adoptée en Israël par la Knesset sur la peine de mort spécifiquement dédiée aux Palestiniens, est incompatible avec les valeurs du Conseil de l'Europe. Cet amendement vise à faire en sorte que la Commission de Venise vérifie la compatibilité de cette même loi avec la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme et avec les standards constitutionnels des États membres. Je rappelle qu'Israël est membre de la Commission de Venise, donc cet amendement est en pleine cohérence avec le rapport que nous sommes en train d'adopter. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Hispan. Mr. Hispan.
I remind you that it's Amendment 6.
Call Mr. Hispan.
Mr. Espan.
Thank you. I think that this law is completely against all kind of our values. Just to put this law under the Venice Commission could sign a wrong could send a wrong sign that we consider the possibility that this law could be according to our principles. I think this law is against our principles, so there is not the necessity of a Venice Commission report.
What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
The committee is in favor. The microphone is not in favor with me.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed.
Agreed to.
Amendment 6 is agreed to. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16375 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution is adopted. I would like to encourage the rapporteurs to take the seats for the next debate. Dear colleagues, we can continue now.
Yeah, I hope someone is listening. Let's go ahead.
Can I have your attention, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Dear colleagues, I'm pleased to announce that the winning city of Europe Prize 2026 is Reggio Emilia in Italy. We heartedly congratulate the mayor and all residents of the city. Since the creation of the Europe Prize in 1955, It is the 87th city on the 10th and the 10th Italian city to be awarded this prize. Congratulations. And the next item of business this afternoon is a debate on the report titled Tracking the Proceeds of the Crime Denounced by Sergei Magnitsky and Holding its Perpetrators Accountable, document 16362, presented by Ms. Lesia Vasilenko on behalf of the Committee of Legal Affairs and Human Rights. In order to finish by 8 p.m., we shall interrupt the list of speakers at about 7:40 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. I call Ms. Vasilenko, Rapporteur. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, Sergei Magnitsky was a tax lawyer advising the private company Hermitage Management in Russia. After he uncovered evidence of a massive fraud involving the embezzlement of approximately $230 million from the Russian treasury, he contacted law enforcement authorities as any law-abiding citizen would do. Little did he know that the Russian investigators assigned to this case were the very perpetrators of the crime he had uncovered. After being framed, unlawfully jailed, and subjected to inhumane treatment, Sergei Magnitsky died in a Moscow prison. In 2019, the European Court of Human Rights determined Russia's full responsibility for his ill treatment and death. The perpetrators of the fraud fled with $230 million. These assets were laundered through a complex network of shell companies transferred through banking systems in multiple jurisdictions, including several Council of Europe member states. Those responsible for Mr. Magnitsky's death were not only not brought to justice, but were promoted, and some even received medals from the Russian state. You may wonder why this report places a specific focus on Switzerland. This focus is not arbitrary. Switzerland is a dominant global finance center, managing approximately 1/4 to 1/3 of global private wealth. Switzerland is the jurisdiction looked upon others in the Council of Europe and beyond as an example as to how to behave when dealing with financial matters in particular. Indeed, Switzerland's own 2021 National Risk Assessment identified that its primary exposure to money laundering stems from assets obtained through financial crimes committed abroad. In 2011, in response to complaints by Hermitage, the Swiss Office of the Attorney General froze approximately $18 million linked to 3 Russian citizens, Dmitry Kluyev, Denis Katsev, and Vladlen Stepanov. These individuals are widely identified in multiple jurisdictions as participants in the fraud and its subsequent laundering. The US Department of Justice considers Mr. Kluyev to be the mastermind behind the entire fraud. Mr. Stepanov was married to the director of the Moscow tax office, which authorized one of the fraudulent rebates, and Mr. Katsev was implicated in a money laundering case settled in the US, linked to the fraud revealed by Mr. Magnitsky. However, in 2021, Swiss authorities decided to close the investigation without bringing charges. They chose to confiscate only $4.6 million, returning roughly 75% of the frozen funds to the suspects. To justify this, the prosecutor employed the proportional confiscation method. This controversial approach assumed that because illicit funds were mixed with legal assets or assets of unknown origin, only a fraction of the total should be forfeited. The Swiss investigation was overshadowed by serious allegations of misconduct. A Swiss investigator assigned to the case was found to have maintained close ties with Russian officials, including attending hunting trips paid for by Russian oligarchs and going on unauthorized trips to Moscow, where he met with a lawyer with established close ties to the Kremlin. This investigator was ultimately convicted of accepting undue advantages. While Swiss authorities determined that this did not impact the investigation's findings, the optics of such proximity during a high-stakes laundering probe are deeply concerning. On 5 December 2025, the Swiss Federal Supreme Court declared the proportional confiscation method unlawful. The court ruled that this method risked contaminating the legal economy and breached constitutional protections. In its place, the court introduced the sedimentary theory, which assumes that illicit funds sink to the bottom of an account. As long as the balance remains above the illicit amount, withdrawals are presumed to be clean. On Saturday, Swiss media published a series of articles claiming that assets belonging to Mr. Katsev were not refrozen following the Supreme Court's judgment, what enabled him to transfer some 6 million Swiss francs out of Switzerland. This is a deeply regrettable development, which I hope will be duly examined and explained by Swiss authorities. The present case exposes a systemic weakness, namely an unreasonable, heavy burden of proof placed upon authorities. We cannot expect to be effective against sophisticated transnational criminal organizations while being required to prove the illicit origin of every single cent in a given account. For this reason, the draft resolution calls for several critical actions. With this report, we invite Switzerland and all member states who have not yet done so to introduce or expand non-conviction-based confiscation. This will allow authorities to require holders of unexplained wealth to prove its lawful origin rather than forcing the state to trace every cent through a labyrinth of offshore shell companies. We call on the European Union to expand its global human rights sanctions regime. It should explicitly cover acts of significant corruption and the misappropriation of public assets, ensuring that those who benefit from the theft of a nation's wealth cannot find safe harbor in our financial systems. We also call on the FATF and Moneyval to issue a formal recommendation requiring states to adopt the reversal of the burden of proof regarding unexplained wealth. This report is a result of almost 2 years of very scrupulous work. I am grateful to colleagues from the Legal Affairs Committee for their suggestions shared during our several preliminary discussions and to members of the Swiss delegation for their constructive approach. I'm also grateful to the Secretariat of our committee for their continued support in preparing this report. With the adoption of this resolution, we continue to honour Sergei Magnitsky's memory. We continue to honour this memory by ensuring the dismantling of the system he died to expose. We also send a strong message to criminals across the world that member states of the Council of Europe will not tolerate the use of their financial institutions as tools for money laundering. Justice cannot end at a nation's border, nor should impunity be allowed to pass because of excessively restrictive tools used to combat money laundering. Thank you, and with this I wish us a fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vasilenko. I remind members that the time limit is 3 minutes for spokespersons for the political groups and 2 minutes for everyone else. In the debate, I call first Ms. Mezentseva-Fedorenko on behalf of EPP, please.
Thank you, dear President, colleagues. I'm sure that we will have a very fruitful debate, and I will try to start with thanking the rapporteur, Madame Vasilenko, for every effort she has conducted together with the committee. Colleagues, it would be not hard to understand that this file is historic. 17 years ago, Mr. Magnitsky gave up his life to speak up the truth. He found very clear misuse of the state funds, and those who convicted it have been enjoying until today these funds illegally for pleasing themselves, enjoying life, and looking at more crimes conducted by Russian Federation against Ukraine, and not only. Colleagues, we do understand that keeping Russia's immobilized sovereign assets out of Moscow is a high matter. The recent and then identified immobilization shows collective resolve, but it's not enough. Currently, Ukraine's recovery needs more than 666 billion, and it's not yet the total. The G7 era alone has changed 50 billion in proceeds from immobilized RSA to Ukraine. Russia's terrorist bombings against civilians, infrastructure and energy continues daily. Geopolitical context and security implications are here for us. And first is transferring funds would strengthen Ukraine's defense, including joint projects with European industries, your industries. A strong Ukraine deters further Russian aggression, so it doesn't escalate. Second, timely compensations and recovery funding prevent prolonged instability. Colleagues, it would serve that international mechanism for compensations we suggested together with the Council of Ministers. So every family, every Ukrainian person suffers for non-material and material losses will be compensated. And it's in the interest of Europe. And third, reconstruction will create major opportunities for European firms across defense, energy, infrastructure, telecoms, banking, and tech. I do want to underline that this is about justice. It's not just about the funds. It's not today just about Switzerland, which we see as an example of human rights, of financial systems always. We are trying to help today various member states of the Council of Europe and those states who are concerned to put the end to this injustice. That risk right is not to maintain immobilization, but to replace an unstable status quo with the durable and properly structured solution. Thank you, President.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Sir Edward Lee on behalf of ECPA.
Madam President, today we speak the name of Sergei Magnitsky not simply to remember a tragedy, but to recognise what one individual can represent in the face of a corrupt system. He was not a politician, he was not a public figure, he was an ordinary man who, when confronted with extraordinary wrongdoing, chose to act with courage. And for that he paid the ultimate price, leaving behind a woman, a wife and 2 children, and a soil that might easily have been buried. But it was not. His legacy did not disappear in vain. Over the past 15 years, his work has sparked investigations in multiple jurisdictions across 16 countries, informed major journalistic exposés, and become a rallying point in the global fight against corruption. In many countries, from the United States to across Europe, his name has come to symbolize accountability. We now see that continuing, including in the ongoing proceedings in France against those believed to be at the center of this scheme. And yet, colleagues, we must also confront a more troubling reality. In Switzerland, a country rightly respected by all of us for the strength of its institutions, we have seen a deeply concerning outcome. Three quarters of funds already identified as tainted were set to be returned to those whose accounts had already been implicated for receiving the proceeds of this fraud. That is difficult to reconcile, Madam President, with the principles that we stand for. But let me be clear, we are not here to attack Switzerland. No country is immune from error. What matters is how those errors are addressed. The fact that the Swiss Federal Supreme Court has recognized that the original calculation was fundamentally flawed is not just a legal correction, it is an opportunity to restore confidence, to act decisively and to ensure that justice is properly done. And we should also recognise the work that has brought us to this point. The report before us, prepared by the brilliant Ukrainian rapporteur, Lestia Vasilenko, is both rigorous and necessary. It reflects not only the facts of this case, but the broader challenge we face. So this is not about the past, it's about the future. It's about whether we allow gaps in our system to persist or whether we strengthen them. It's about whether we ensure that the exposure of corruption leads to meaningful consequences. Sergei Magnitsky stood up for what mattered most. The least we can do is to ensure the system that he challenged does not prevail. I urge you to support this report. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker on behalf of ALDE is Ms. Vogels.
Madam President, esteemed colleagues, At the outset, I would like to thank the rapporteur for her perseverance and courage in presenting this report, which originated in the Magnitsky files, and for steering such a complex and sensitive resolution to this stage. The ALDE Group welcomes both the report and the draft resolution before us today, and I speak on behalf of my group in strong support of its adoption. This report addresses a matter of fundamental importance: the credibility of our legal systems when confronted with large-scale corruption, transnational money laundering, and grave human rights violations. It does so in a careful, factual, and balanced manner, fully consistent with the standards and values of the Council of Europe. We have heard concerns about judicial independence and about the risk of interfering with ongoing legal proceedings. These concerns deserve respect. However, they must not be used as an argument for political inaction or silence. It would be wrong to single out Switzerland, just as it would be wrong to ignore what happened in Switzerland. This Assembly is not a judicial body. We do not adjudicate cases, nor do we instruct courts. Our role is different, but no less essential: to identify structural weaknesses, to raise standards, and to ensure that our legal frameworks are fit to respond to modern forms of corruption. The resolution rightly focuses on following the money. It highlights how legal loopholes, fragmented approaches, and insufficient tools can allow the proceeds of serious crime to find shelter within our jurisdictions. In this context, the discussion on non-conviction-based asset confiscation is both timely and necessary, and deserves serious consideration within boundaries of the rule of law. More broadly, this text sends a clear political message. Europe must not become a safe haven for illicit assets, regardless of their origin or the power of those who stand behind them. Accountability must extend not only to perpetrators, but also to beneficiaries. For the ALDE Group, this resolution strengthens the rule of law, reinforces cooperation, and contributes to a more resilient European legal space. We therefore support it fully and call on colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of UEL, Mr. Öztürk, please have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished colleagues, these resolutions calls for stronger legal tools. Non-convictions-based confiscation, reversing the burden of proof in unexplained wealth cases, and tougher targeted sanctions, visa bans, and asset freezes. These are important steps, but they are not enough. Because if we are to be honest, the issue is not the tools we have, but mainly how we use them. And the report before us reflects that problem. It is detailed and raises legitimate concerns, including regarding Switzerland. But it also has serious shortcomings that deserve our attention if we are to ensure that our work remains credible, rigorous, and fair. First, it lacks transparency. Some of its most serious accusations, such as alleged investigator misconduct and the controversial logic behind partial asset confiscation, are not supported by clearly acceptable evidence. That weakens confidence in its conclusions. Second, there is inconsistency. The report treats evidence differently across jurisdiction, particularly between Swiss authorities and others like the United States. This raises questions about objectivity. Third, important context is missing. We are not giving enough insight into serious legal reforms and the real challenges of international cooperation. Without that, our understanding remains incomplete. And finally, the tone at times feels more advocacy-driven driven than analytical. It doesn't sufficiently reflect the Swiss legal perspective, and that imbalance risks undermining the report's credibility. Colleagues, this brings me to a broader concern. We often speak about strengthening international accountability through courts, sanctions, and legal frameworks. On paper, this architecture is impressive, but in practice, it depends on political will, and that will is not always there. When geopolitical consideration and human rights obligations point in opposite direction, human rights too often come second. If we want these tools to remain credible, we must apply them consistently, transparently, and without hesitation, with respect for legal balance across all jurisdictions. Otherwise, we risk not only weakening accountability, but undermining the integrity of the entire system we have built, and ultimately failing those who depend on it most. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Mr. Rajan, on behalf of SOC.
Tracking the proceeds of the crime denounced by Sergei Magnitsky and holding its perpetrators accountable is the report in front of us. The crime was theft of $230 million from the Russian state treasury in 2007 through fraudulent tax refunds. Sergei Magnitsky was a Russian lawyer who uncovered the scheme and alerted the authorities. For his efforts to bring about justice, Russian authorities arrested Magnitsky and held him for almost a year. In detention, he was tortured and died on November 16, 2009. Sergei Magnitsky chose patriotism over silence, and for that he paid with his life in a Moscow prison. The report in front of us reveals a secondary tragedy: the failure of our international systems, specifically in Switzerland, to fully seize the proceeds of that very crime. This is in an unfortunate contrast with the fact that the Magnitsky case was first brought to the Council of Europe by a Swiss socialist, Andreas Gross. This report details how the Swiss investigation was overshadowed by unusually close relations between investigators and Russian officials. We saw a federal investigator taking Russian-funded hunting trips while supposedly investigating the Magnitsky money trail. While the investigator was eventually convicted, the investigation he influenced resulted in Switzerland returning $13.5 million, the majority of the seized funds, to individuals with clear links to the Russian state. The report contrasts Switzerland's conclusions with those of the United States and France, both of which determined that the fraud was conducted by a criminal organization. Convictions or confiscations occurred in France, Latvia, the Netherlands, and the United States. So here we are now with a chance to end the era of laundering for a fee. Report hammers 3 points how to do this. First point is to shift the burden. It calls for a reversal of the burden of proof. We must require holders of unexplained wealth to prove their assets are clean, rather than forcing the state to navigate impossible shell company mazes. Point 2, expand sanctions. It urges the European Union to expand the Magnitsky Act to conclude significant corruption, ensuring that those who steal from the public can no longer hide behind human rights legalities. And point 3, to end the proportional myth. It celebrates the recent striking down by the Swiss Supreme Court of proportional confiscation, a method that allowed illicit funds to effectively evaporate during transfers. This report is our roadmap to ensure that the rule of law is a shield for the whistleblower and not for the criminal. Please support it. Thank you.
Thank you. In the debate, I call next Mr. Payne. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Today we discuss not only a financial crime, but a profound moral failure. I want to begin by paying tribute to Sergei Magnitsky, a man who uncovered a $230 million crime against his own country and who paid for the truth with his life. He was detained, tortured and died in custody at just 37 years old. The judgment of the European Court of Human Rights was clear. His fundamental rights were violated. I also acknowledge my good friend Sir Bill Browder, whose relentless pursuit of justice has ensured that this case did not disappear into silence. Because of that effort, Magnitsky's name now stands for accountability across 35 countries around the world. But today's debate forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. In Switzerland, a jurisdiction that confirmed these funds were linked to criminal proceeds, there were no prosecutions. Instead, 75% of the money was ordered to be returned to individuals connected to that very fraud. This is not a technical discrepancy. It is a systemic weakness. When illicit money is identified yet largely released, when investigators face credible allegations of misconduct, and when legal interpretations contradict international partners, we risk sending a dangerous signal that complex laundering schemes can succeed. Colleagues, this Assembly must be clear. Justice cannot stop at tracing dirty money. It must end with accountability. That means stronger confiscation frameworks, Magnitsky-style sanctions, and closing the gaps that allow corruption to flow freely across borders. Sergei Magnitsky exposed the truth. It is now our responsibility to ensure that that truth leads to consequences and accountability.
Thank you. And the next speaker is...
Blue card, Madam President.
I'm sorry, you can't use the blue card because you're not on the list of speakers.
He's not a group speaker. He's not on behalf of the political group.
You're not speaking on behalf of the political group.
Sorry?
You're not part of the political group of speakers.
He's not on the list here. He's not one of them.
I think we all have possibility to ask for a blue
Can't
card.
use the blue card if you're not on the list of political group speakers.
Or the rapporteur.
Or rapporteur.
I was not aware of that rule. It's quite a new rule, so it's not for a very open debate. Okay. But the colleague said something that were wrong, so I wanted a correction, but I will say it later.
Okay, that's fine. I'll move on.
Yes. And the next speaker is Mr. Zingaris. Please.
Dear friends, I remember the discussion in this hall 12 years ago. Andre Gross and other friends and me were supporting the Magnitsky resolution, and that was the fight, like in time of Napoleon fights. It was our Waterloo fight. And when Russia delegation put lies on our side saying that is not true, and we said that it's true and supported Browder's investigation. Magnitsky is a Russian guy, the same like Boris Nemtsov, the same like Navalny. Actually, Navalny was killed and poisoned, and 5 states who was founder of our house were stating that he was poisoned by frog poison, and it was just a few weeks ago. We should look at the all developments. First, they blew up, KGB, FSB blew up the houses in Moscow. Secondly, they started the war against Chechnya. Thirdly, they changed their constitution. Russia became a dictatorship. Fourthly, they took money from their budget to bribe us, Western politicians, and to keep us on the hook. And now they're using this money to bring back Europe to their captivity in energy sector, back to their gas, back to their oil. And we had lost our fight in Belgium for $190 billion, who should be returned, giving to Ukraine, when the money was actually collected through all system of Russian criminal state. In this case, today we should say, shame on those who defended and trying to lie about Magnitsky law. We are just framing the heroes who started to do Magnitsky, and we should be on side of those Russians who are fighting for justice, and there are only few of us today. So I would like to say today we should concentrate on support for Ukraine while it's our final fight related to this victory of Ukraine.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. Homenko, please.
Dear colleagues, I would like to begin by thanking my colleague, our rapporteur, for her thorough work on this report. The concern brought up is life urgent and connected to the war of aggression being waged against Ukraine. Mr. Magnitsky became a target for the Russian oppression machine for denouncing one of the biggest financial crimes known to this day, 3 years after his death in imprisonment. The Russian authorities put him on a posthumous trial, the first in Russian history. None of the officials involved in the fraud reported by Mr. Magnitsky have ever been tried. Several were promoted and publicly exonerated by Vladimir Putin. Let us recall the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights in 2019, which found violations: the right to life, the prohibition of torture, the right to liberty, and the right to a fair trial. All these inhumane measures served one goal: to hide and to deny. The scale of a laundering scheme uncovered by Sergei Magnitsky suggests a state-backed operation that included FSB officers, tax office heads, judges, and convicted fraudsters. Their involvement in illegally putting through hundreds of millions of euros leave no doubts of one goal: to hide, hiddenly fund the crimes of the Russian state, both national and international. And the money accumulated by Russia within this case has an obvious destiny. It still got to individuals with documented links to the Russian state apparatus, giving Putin's regime a helping hand in conducting a full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine and escalating its attacks on civilians. Dear colleagues, we have seen in this very case how Russian state funds more through European financial institutions. And even today, we continue seeing the unlawful profits of the Russian state being successfully harvested in the very heart of Europe with a single aim: to let the murderous regime survive longer. We have the obligation to cut the aggressor's ties on European oil. Ukraine knows what it means when impunity is allowed to stand. We know the cost of looking away. Sergei Magnitsky died because he refused to look away. Let's not look away from Russian crimes. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Mr. Büchel, please.
Geschätzte Frau Vizepräsidentin, geschätzte Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Ich bin in diesem Rechtsstreit nicht Partei. Und ich bin auch kein Experte oder Pseudo-Experte zum Thema. Ich bin auch keine Journalistin, welche auf dem Kanal Swiss Info in verschiedenen Sprachen krasse Unwahrheiten verbreitet. Von solchen Leuten hat man in dieser Geschichte in den letzten Monaten und Wochen und Tagen sehr viel gehört. Und zwar nicht nur in den Medien, sondern auch in den Sitzungen der politischen Fraktionen und in den Beratungen der Kommissionen, der zuständigen Kommission dieser Parlamentarischen Versammlung. Und jetzt gerade eben noch von Kollege Michael Payne, offenbar ein good friend von Mr. Browder, der Partei ist in dieser Sache. Vom Unsinn, der dabei auch verbreitet worden ist, steht heute immer noch einiges in den Papieren, über die wir abstimmen werden. Kommen wir zum Rechtsstaat. Kommen wir zu einer der Grundsäulen des Strafrechts. Erstens. In der Schweiz braucht es einen stichhaltigen Nachweis über die kriminelle Herkunft, wenn man jemandem sein Vermögen wegnimmt. Zweitens, das muss in jedem Rechtsstaat der Fall sein. Drittens, sitzen wir nicht genau darum in diesem Saal, weil wir uns für die Rechtsstaatlichkeit stark machen wollen. Wenn sich wie hier legale und illegale Gelder vermischen, kann es schwierig werden, die Sache sauber zurückzuverfolgen. Wenn Sie einfach alles zusammen konfiszieren wollen, dann verletzen Sie die Europäische Menschenrechtskonvention. Wo bleibt das Recht auf Eigentum? Wo bleibt die Rechtssicherheit? Wo bleiben die Prinzipien, die uns in diesem Rat mit all den blutigen Worten, die wir uns mit all den blutigen Worten so hochhalten? Ich bin seit 22 Jahren Parlamentarier in der Schweiz. Ich muss Ihnen etwas sagen, geschätzte Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Eine derart missglückte Show habe ich in meinem ganzen politischen Leben noch nie aus der Nähe erlebt. Das tut diesem Rat nicht gut, meine Damen und Herren. Danke.
Thank you. Mr. Reader is the next speaker, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I'm speaking today in full support of this resolution. This report brings us back to a case that should never have faded from focus. Magnitsky uncovered large-scale corruption, and he paid for that with his life. And yet, years on, those who benefited from that crime have not been held to account, and significant sums of money linked to fraud have not been reclaimed. But what stands out to me from this report, beyond the original crime, is what happens next. Those funds moved through multiple jurisdictions, through layered transactions, opaque structures, exploiting differences in legal systems and enforcement, all unchallenged. The report should give us pause for thought. Can we all say here, confidently, that our national and international frameworks are equipped to deal with modern financial crime? Crime where speed, complexity, and international reach are now the defining features. Now, the UK is not foolproof in this area, but we have taken steps to address this. We've introduced targeted sanctions, strengthened our approach to illicit finance, developed tools to challenge unexplained wealth, all aimed at closing the gap between identifying wrongdoing and actually enforcing the consequences. In an increasingly divided world, we have a duty, a responsibility to recognise the limits and risks of acting alone. The patterns and crimes described in this report depend on fragmentation between countries to succeed. If one system is tied to another, the money simply flows around it. And that's why the direction of this resolution and the direction of international relationships between European partners is now more important than ever. Colleagues, if we allow systems to be exploited, then we allow corruption to win. This resolution gives us the tools to push back, to recover what was stolen, and to hold individuals to account. I hope we can all support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Mr. Sobolev, please.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I want to thank my colleague from Ukrainian delegation for a very honest and brave report. We can analyze this from other and different parts, but it's not a report only about Magnitsky case. It's not a report only of 17 years event that have place. It's not a report about exact country. It's a report about system that Russian oligarchs, previous regime and Putin's regime built for many, many years. If it's possible to have such cases of money laundering all over the Europe and all over the world without the support of Putin's regime, it's also answer nowadays. All our efforts, according to Russian arrested and frozen assets, all our assets that we have now and we know about them, it's hundreds of millions of dollars and euros. We can't do nothing with this because we have advocates in a lot of countries that want to protect Russian dirty money that they used against Ukraine, against our democracy all over the world. And we try to show that we need to be very in a justice regime with the Russians, torture regime, and Russians' dictatorship. I think it's very important that we now discuss this question. It's not a question of 17 years. It's a question of our days. And we must understand that the only way that we can protect our democracy It's to fight against kleptocracy of Russia oligarch system that was built by Putin and previous Russian regime. Thank you, Lesa.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Mr. Koncharenko, please.
Thank you very much, and also thanks to Rapporteur for a great job done. And this is a very important report, I think. But I want to remind you how everything started. So there was a Magnitsky case, and there was Mr. Browder, who started to work to create this list of Magnitsky and sanctions against persons who were involved. Definitely, it's not just these persons, it's the Russia and Russian regime and Putin, and it's clear. And then these personal sanctions were imposed against these people. And that was great at that time. But what we see, did it change Russia? No, unfortunately. And Russia attacked Ukraine, Georgia, other countries, killing people abroad, killing in the United Kingdom, in Czech Republic, in Germany, everywhere. Russia is a threat to all of us. So what is our lesson which we should learn from this situation? Sanctions against persons, some physical persons, is not enough. We need to go very strong in sanctions and to kick Russia and to hit Russia in the heart. And the heart of Russia is very simple. What is Russia today? What do they produce? What they benefit to the world? It's just one. It's oil and gas. That's it. It's a big oil station. Nothing else. They don't produce anything. No phone, no these airports, no this microphone, nothing. They just produce missiles to kill people and oil to buy missiles to kill people. That's it. So my address is very simple. Let us finally do what we should do. Let us stop Russian tankers in the sea. Let us seize Russian tankers of Russia's Shadow Fleet. Now, not like it happened in France recently, when France arrested Russian tanker, and we were so happy. But then in some time, Russia released it. Oh, sorry, France released this Russian tanker. And it looks like a sport fishery, when you catch the fish just to make a photo with it, and then you release it. That will not help us. We need a real sanctions, we need a real hunt on Russia, and then we can finish this awful regime. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next speaker, Ms. Aubery, please.
Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. I would like to thank the rapporteur, Madam Vasilenko, for this important report. Those who murdered Sergei Magnitsky made him immortal. The law named after him have been applied not only against officials and criminals in Russia, but also against those responsible for abuses in China and Saudi Arabia. With the Magnitsky laws, democracy has gained a weapon. Sweden is named in the draft resolution as one of the countries that failed to open investigation into the reported laundering of proceeds originating from fraud against the Russian treasury. I concur that this is both regrettable and indefensible. Yesterday, the former chief executive of Swedbank was acquitted by the Supreme Court of charges of aggravated fraud. The prosecution had alleged that she concealed the risk of the bank being used for money laundering through its Baltic operations, yet she was never charged with money laundering itself. This is something Bill Browder has expressed disappointment over, and he is right. Every Westerner who has facilitated the laundering of Russian money has contributed to the environment that gave rise to the war of aggression in Ukraine. All those American and European companies, business people, officials, and politicians who have profited from Putin's criminality bear responsibility. And when voices are raised suggesting that Ukraine should accept a settlement with Russia, it is worth pausing to consider what is truly at stake. Is it hitting in our homes worth more than the security of Ukraine and of Europe as a whole? Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Monsieur Couture.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Chers collègues, c'est triste. Le premier projet de rapport ciblait la Suisse, mon pays, de manière excessive, sur la base d'éléments peu équilibrés, parfois mal étayés. Après un grand travail constructif en commission et avec la rapporteure, que j'aimerais remercier à ce propos, il a été possible d'en faire une résolution certes imparfaite, mais plus équilibrée, ne ciblant plus, sans raison objective, un seul pays. Mais c'est triste car aujourd'hui la Commission a soutenu plusieurs amendements allant à l'encontre de ce travail, des faits peu ou mal étayés, des conclusions hâtives, des critiques à la louche. Pire, un amendement s'immiscerait même dans un processus judiciaire qui est en cours. C'est triste car ce n'est pas le niveau de sérieux que cette Assemblée se doit d'avoir. Alors, chers collègues, j'en appelle à vous pour ramener à la raison dans ce débat. Et je rappelle quelques faits. La Suisse a été l'un des premiers pays à agir dans cette affaire en bloquant des fonds en 2011. C'était bien avant l'invasion de la Crimée et la guerre d'agression contre l'Ukraine, guerre que nous condamnons très fermement, vous le savez, mais il n'y a pas de lien à faire entre ces deux éléments. La Suisse dispose d'un système judiciaire solide et indépendant. Sa législation anti-blanchiment est robuste, elle est largement conforme avec les recommandations du groupe d'action financière GAFI et avec les règles de l'Union européenne. Enfin, les fonds Magnitsky ont été disséminés dans une quinzaine de pays. 6 n'ont pas ouvert d'enquête, 4 n'ont pas obtenu de condamnation, 5 ont eu des condamnations ou des règlements ou confiscations, et la Suisse en fait partie, et c'est pour ça que je voulais intervenir tout à l'heure, quand il a été dit qu'il n'y a pas eu de condamnation en Suisse, il y a eu une confiscation de 4,6 millions de dollars. Alors notre Assemblée devrait se garder de faire du bashing bon marché, elle peut critiquer des manquements, et il y en a eu au début de la procédure, ça a été dit, mais elles ont donné lieu à des correctifs et à des condamnations en Suisse. Notre Assemblée peut proposer des améliorations législatives, mais faisons-le de manière équilibrée et équitable envers tous les États. C'est une question d'équité, c'est une question de crédibilité. S'il devait être rédigé comme la majorité de la Commission l'a proposé aujourd'hui, ce rapport serait pour moi impossible à accepter, ce serait triste.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Mr. Maloney.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to speak to this very important issue. And I want to start by thanking the rapporteur, not just for this report. I have read many accounts in my years of the Sergei Magnitsky story, and I have not read a more thorough, comprehensive, and impressive account than this. So I genuinely want to say thank you. First, I want to say, why is this so important? It's important to Canada because Canada is a country that has stood shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and always will. Canada is a country that believes in the rule of law. Canada is a country that stands for human rights, and that's what this is about. Canada has taken many steps since the dark days of 2009 when Mr. Magnitsky was brutally murdered and tortured. Let me tell you some of those things. In 2017, we passed legislation called the Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act. This was a significant effort by the Parliament of Canada. It lowered the threshold for imposing sanctions on foreign corrupt officials. And it was a direct response to the issues that we're talking about today. This allowed our government to freeze property in Canada. It prohibited financial transactions, and it blocked provision of services. In 2022, Canada amended the legislation further to allow for the forfeiture of property and the redistribution of those proceeds. In 2025, the legislation was amended further, requiring Canadian financial institutions to report all assets held by sanctioned entities, including the Russian Central Bank. Canada has taken a lot of measures. As I said, we will continue to do so. We have worked with people like Bill Browder, who has helped us come to a good place and land in the right place for this legislation. We will continue to do that going forward because, as the Commissioner of Human Rights said in this chamber today, law is not optional, and that's what Canada stands for. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker, I call Mr. Werner-Wiese.
Frau Vorsitzende, geschätzte Kolleginnen und Kollegen! Liechtenstein hat seine Hausaufgaben in Sachen Steuertransparenz, Bekämpfung von Kriminalität, Terrorismusfinanzierung, Geldwäsche und Vortaten dazu gemacht. Die 5. EU-Geldwäscherichtlinie ist umgesetzt, hingegen noch nicht einmal in allen EU-Mitgliedstaaten. Der damalige OECD-Generalsekretär Angel Gurria hat hier in diesem Haus an die Adresse Liechtensteins bereits gesagt, welcome back to the family. Liechtenstein kennt den Pranger, an den die Schweiz mit diesem Bericht gestellt wird, zu Unrecht gestellt wird, weil der Bericht das Ergebnis eines gerichtlichen Instanzenzugs politisch attackiert. Ein gefährlicher Umgang mit der rechtsstaatlich unabdingbaren Gewaltentrennung. Zu Unrecht allein an den Pranger gestellt, weil in gleicher Sache 6 Länder keine Ermittlungen eingeleitet haben. In 4 Ländern kam es zu keiner Verurteilung. In 5 Ländern kam es zu Verurteilungen, Vergleichen oder dem Einzug von Vermögenswerten. Frankreich, Lettland, Niederlande, USA und eben Schweiz. Und es wurde ein Land an den Pranger gestellt, das im Corruption Perception Index 2025 von Transparency International auf Rang 6 von 181 liegt. Teilweise weit, weit vor vielen anderen unserer 46 Mitgliedstaaten. In einem Punkt stimme ich mit der Tonalität des Berichts und auch mit der Tonalität einiger Voten überein. Bei grenzüberschreitenden Strukturen, verschachtelten Vermögensverschiebungen und virtuellen Vermögenswerten besteht ein legitimes Interesse, die Vermögensabschöpfung effizienter und international anschlussfähiger auszugestalten. Allerdings ohne rechtsstaatliche Kernprinzipien, schlimmsten Fall doppelmoralisch, aufs Spiel zu setzen.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Mr. Hess, please.
Besten Dank, Frau Vizepräsidentin, geschätzter Europarat. Ich bin erst seit der 2. Session jetzt da, aber schon im Januar ist mir aufgefallen, dass viele Berichte nicht wirklich faktenbasiert sind. Ich habe gedacht, ja, vielleicht habe ich dazu zu wenig Ahnung. Aber jetzt aufgrund von diesem Bericht musste ich tatsächlich feststellen, Sie stellen hier Berichte oder erstellen hier Berichte, wo nicht faktenbasiert sind oder nur Behauptungen sind von gewissen Leuten und diese übernehmen Sie als Fakten, sei es jetzt Medien und sonstige Leute. Sie müssen aber Beweise haben, für so einen Bericht zu erstellen. Und es kann nicht sein, dass so faktenfremde Berichte, oder große Teile sind faktenfremd, hier verabschiedet werden. Dieser Rat macht sich unglaubwürdig, wenn das verabschiedet wird. So. Die Schweiz ist ein Rechtsstaat und ich gehe davon aus, dass noch viele Länder hier im Saal vom Schweizer Rechtsstaat lernen können. Wir haben einen sehr gut austarierten Rechtsstaat. Wir kennen auch die Eigentumsfreiheit, was ich nicht von allen Staaten behaupten kann, die wahrscheinlich hier im Saal sitzen. Ich bin deshalb ganz klar der Meinung, sollte dieser Rat diesem Papier zustimmen, werde ich an der nächsten ordentlichen Sitzung von unserem Parlament den Antrag stellen, dass die Schweiz aus ihrer Institution und allen Untergruppierungen austreten soll. Besten Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Mr. Wells.
Dear colleagues, I'm pleased to address you today about tracking the proceeds of the crime uncovered by Sergei Magnitsky and making sure those responsible are held accountable. I want to thank the rapporteur, Ms. Alicia Vasilenko, for her many efforts on behalf of the Assembly. I lend my full support to the rapporteur's appeal to the Council of Europe states to enact the Sergei Magnitsky-style legislation. I emphasized this point in the Canadian Senate during our October 2017 debate on the legislation that became Canada's Sergei Magnitsky law. This observation holds firmly today as it did in 2017. Canada's Magnitsky law provides for measures against foreign nationals who are responsible for or complicit in gross human rights violations or are implicated in acts of significant corruption. The law prohibits Canadians from handling financial or property matters for affected individuals and blocks sanctioned persons from entering Canada. To date, 73 foreign nationals from 7 countries have been sanctioned under the law, including many from Russia. Canada has also sanctioned over 1,600 Russian individuals and 837 Russian-related entities under our Special Economic Measures Act. There are others from Belarus, Moldova, and Ukraine that have been subject to Canadian sanctions. But I would like to reiterate an important point I've made previously before this Assembly. While addressing names to lists of sanctions is straightforward, enforcing sanctions, preventing evasion, and measuring their effectiveness remains a challenge. As I noted just weeks ago in the Canadian Senate, during a debate on legislation for disposing of seized foreign state assets, the legal tools we promote must have practical, real-world application. If they don't, then it's simply a symbolic exercise. For this reason, laws must be carefully drafted and comprehensive systems should be implemented to gather data and oversee everyday enforcement. In short, we must make sure the law works in practice and that sanctions hit those targeted and where it matters most. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Ms. Moshenets.
Dear colleagues, I fully support the rapporteur, Lesia Vasilenko, and the importance of this issue. The fight against money laundering, terrorist financing, and tax evasion is not just about finance, but also about justice and security. It is important to hold accountable all those responsible for the death of Sergei Magnitsky and beneficiaries of the fraud he exposed, as well as to continue improving legislation in this area. Today, this issue is particularly urgent due to Russian systematic attempts to circumvent international sanctions imposed in response to its aggression against Ukraine. For example, we can recall how in late 2025, the UK's National Crime Agency, NCA, uncovered a Russia money laundering network worth $1 million that operated in the UK and was designed to help Russia avoid Western sanctions. As part of the investigation, the NCA and its law enforcement partners in the USA, France, Spain, and Ireland arrested 128 people. More than $33 million in cash and cryptocurrency was seized in the UK alone. In 2025, Europol also noted an increase in the use of cryptocurrencies and shadow financial mediators to circumvent sanctions, which is also linked to the financing of the Russian military machine. So, we welcome the European Commission's decision to include the Russian Federation to the list of countries with a high risk of money laundering and terrorist financing. Dear colleagues, the Magnitsky case is a symbol of the fight against impunity. And today, it is our duty to continue this fight until the end, because this is not just about past crimes, but about preventing new ones. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the last speaker on the list, Ms. Cousy.
Wish to thank the rapporteur, Ms. Lesia Vasilenko, for her work on behalf of the Assembly. I would like to echo the point made in her report highlighting Sir William Browder's determination to hold accountable those responsible for Sergei Magnitsky's death. Several years ago, the Canadian Parliament took decisive steps in this direction, enacting the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act in October of 2017, commonly referred to as the Sergei Magnitsky Law. Known as Bill S-226 in its draft form, the bill was introduced in the Senate in May 2016 by my colleague, Senator Raynell Andreychuk, while in the House of Commons it was sponsored by my other colleague, Mr. James Bazan. Prior to this, members of Parliament from across the political spectrum had tabled Magnitsky-style private members' bills in Parliament. However, they did not move forward. The law that we have today provides for measures against foreign nationals who, in the opinion of the Governor and Council, are responsible for or complicit in gross human rights violations, or who are public officials or their associates implicated in acts of significant corruption. The law prohibits Canadians at home and abroad from acting on behalf of affected individuals in financial or property matters and blocks sanctioned persons from entering Canada. In his acclaimed book, 2022 book Freezing Order, Sir William Browder acknowledged that the Canadian Magnitsky Act was a major milestone. To date, Canada has used the Sergei Magnitsky law to sanction 73 foreign nationals, including Venezuela, South Sudan, Myanmar, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Iran, and finally Russia. As parliamentarians, it is our duty to put laws in place so that those responsible for gross human rights abuses or major corruption are held accountable. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
Thank you. That concludes the list of speakers. Thank you all. Now I call Ms. Vasilenko, rapporteur, to reply. You had 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, dear colleagues, for such a lively and important discussion. Dear colleagues, 17 years ago, Mr. Magnitsky gave up his life for justice and truth to prevail. This report and resolution make sure that this sacrifice was not in vain. The name of Magnitsky today symbolizes accountability. This report is not about Switzerland. The point of the resolution is not about attacking any one member state of the Council of Europe. Dear colleagues, this report is about addressing concerns with procedures and investigations. It's about restoring credibility in our justice systems. It's about following the money, and it's about sending the message that Europe shall not be a safe haven for illicit assets. Complex laundering schemes cannot succeed. When we are dealing with Russia, especially when we are dealing with Russia, utmost vigilance is required. The Russian oligarchs and state have become expert at building complex money laundering and corruption schemes that have multiple layers and long tentacles reaching deep into institutions across the world. And unfortunately, sometimes they are successful in finding weak links and poisoning the institutions from the inside. The recommendations in this report, if adopted, will make European legal systems stronger and more resilient. Reversal of burden of proof, expansion of Magnitsky Act sanctions, these suggestions will make it easier to trace the origin of illicit assets and most definitely prevent the possibility of returning such assets to the perpetrators of crimes through the exploitations of gaps in the law. I urge you to support this report in memory of Sergei Magnitsky, but also in the name of the truth, in the name of accountability, and in the name of what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the Vice Chairperson of the committee, Mr. Gustav Göthberg, wish to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, I would like to start by thanking the committee's rapporteur, Ms. Lesia Vasilenko, for her excellent work on this report. The draft resolution is the result of extensive discussions, both within the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights and between the rapporteur and some members also, as we heard, of the Swiss delegation. The committee considered the preliminary draft resolution twice in 2025, giving as much room as possible for finding consensus. And the fact is that the draft resolution was adopted unanimously by the committee during its meeting in January. This speaks for itself. In March of 2025, the rapporteur carried out a fact-finding visit to Bern, the capital of Switzerland, where she met with members of the Swiss delegation and representatives of federal institutions. The committee heard testimonies from 3 experts, including our former Swiss colleague and rapporteur on the refusing impunity for the killers of Sergei Magnitsky, Mr. Andreas Gross, Sir Bill Browder, who is the founder of Hermitage Capital Management and the Global Magnitsky Justice Campaign, and last but not least, Mr. Mark Peace, a Swiss expert on anti-money laundering. Madam President, dear colleagues, I invite you all to support this draft resolution, which is a balanced and objective text. The memory of Sergei Magnitsky demands that all those involved in the fraud he exposed and ultimately in his death will face consequences. Borders should not be an obstacle to justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The debate is closed. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has presented a draft resolution, document 16362, to which 5 amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the Vice Chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 1 to the draft resolution document 16362, which was anonymously approved by the committee, be declared as definitively approved. Is that so, Mr. Gustav Göthberg? If no one objects, I will consider the amendment to be approved. Is there an objection? Amendment 1 to the draft resolution is therefore approved and will not be called. I understand that the Vice Chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 5 to the draft resolution document 16362, which was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as definitively rejected. Is that so, Mr. Gustav Göthberg?
That's so.
If no one objects, I will consider the amendments to be rejected. Is there an objection?
Yes, so go to the next page.
We will need to verify that the objection has the required support of 10 people. Please, could those who object stand up?
8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10. There's 2 at the back. Okay.
Which one?
Yeah, there are 10. 10. There are 10. So you read. This one. There are 2 at the back there.
The request of the committee
is rejected.
So the amendment will be taken separately.
Okay. So go to page 33. There's a point of order from Mrs. Will you take Mrs. Mezensova has a point of order?
Madam President.
Yes,
Madam President. If I'm not mistaken, if it's not the lack of sleep, it has to be 5 national delegations standing up. Was it 5 national delegations?
The rule says it's just 10 members. So we carry on. I call Mr. Ivan Rajan to support Amendment 2. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. This amendment calls on Switzerland to comply with its own legal obligations and extend the ruling to all account holders.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment?
Mr. Cotier.
I call Mr. Cotier to speak against the amendment. 30 seconds you have.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Cet amendement tel que formulé émettrait une interprétation du droit suisse, sachant que l'arrêt du tribunal fédéral spécifie qu'il a invalidé la méthode dite proportionnelle dans le cas d'espèce et pas d'une manière générale. Ce cas retourne maintenant devant le tribunal fédéral pénal qui doit une nouvelle fois statuer. Notre Assemblée ne doit pas chercher à influencer une procédure judiciaire qui est en cours. Notre organisation accorde trop d'importance à l'indépendance de la justice pour faire cela. Je vous demande de rejeter cet amendement.
What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment? I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed.
Amendment's agreed to.
Amendment 2 is agreed to. And we move on to amendment number 3. I call Mr. Ivan Račan to support amendment 3. You have 30 seconds.
This amendment is the central failure of Switzerland. This amendment seeks that funds that should have been secured pending recalculation are now. I apologize. This is a central failure the amendment seeks to address. Funds that should have been secured pending recalculation are now beyond Swiss jurisdiction. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Mr. Gauthier.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Cet amendement se base sur des faits allégués dans un article de presse qui a étonnamment été publié quelques jours avant nos débats. Ce sont des faits qui ne sont pas étayés ou confirmés officiellement et qui, selon mes informations, ne correspondraient pas à la pratique judiciaire qui prévoit de geler de tels comptes jusqu'à la décision définitive de la justice. Donc il serait extrêmement surprenant que ces fonds aient été dégelés et probablement, mais ça c'est une interprétation personnelle, que l'article de presse parle en réalité d'autres fonds. Notre Assemblée devrait avoir la prudence de travailler avec des faits étayés avant d'émettre des critiques. Je vous propose de refuser cet amendement.
What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
The committee is in favour.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open.
They're just voting. Okay, you can close the vote.
The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed.
The amendment's agreed to.
Amendment 3 is agreed to. And we move on to amendment number 5. I call Ms. Marianne Binder-Keller to support amendment 5. You have 30 seconds.
Madam President, I will do it. Madam Binder-Keller is unfortunately not here today. Can I do it for the Swiss delegation? Madame la Présidente, la délégation suisse dans son ensemble, tout parti confondu, vous demande de biffer cette référence à la situation géopolitique. Le dossier qui nous occupe ici de M. Magnitsky date de 2007-2008. Les procédures judiciaires en Suisse ont débuté en 2011. Il n'y a pas de lien avec la guerre d'agression contre l'Ukraine qui a commencé plusieurs années après. Guerre d'agression que nous condamnons fermement, vous le savez, mais il n'y a pas de lien entre ces deux événements. Des considérations politiques ne peuvent et ne doivent pas influencer des procédures judiciaires et pénales nationales.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Yes, please.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. It's a very simple linkage, colleagues, because the Ukraine and the waged war of Russia against Ukraine has been mentioned multiple times. It gives this linkage, and we presumably know for sure that this money can be also spent in the war, in rockets, drones, etc. Thank you.
The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed.
Amendment 5 is rejected.
Amendment 5 is rejected. Move on to amendment number 4. I call Mr. Ivan Račan to support amendment 4. You have 30 seconds.
The preceding amendments establish what went wrong, and this amendment specifies what Switzerland must do. It is a list of concrete action items. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Mr. Gauthier.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je l'ai dit, l'analyse se base sur des allégations qui ne sont pas confirmées et un seul article de presse qui ne précise d'ailleurs pas ses sources. C'est une base trop fragile. Par ailleurs, la fin du texte proposé critique des lacunes procédurales qui n'existent pas vraiment, car la Suisse connaît déjà une confiscation sans condamnation préalable, une confiscation des biens détenus par des tiers. Elle connaît aussi la confiscation élargie. Plusieurs de ces instruments ont d'ailleurs été appliqués dans la confiscation qui a été effectuée dans ce cas. Il y a trop d'erreurs et d'imprécisions dans ce texte. Refusons cet amendement.
What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
The committee is in favour.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 4 is agreed to. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16362 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 16362 is adopted. The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the agenda approved on Monday. The sitting is adjourned. Have a good evening. Thank you.